Yeah.
Let's get this all set. Oh, I gotta close some of these windows that I don't need. Um, make sure to actually click the go live button when that pops up. If that pops up, please. Any day.
What the fuck?
Hey, there it goes.
That ugh. Stealth games are weird, man.
Yeah, man. Stealth games are weird, but they're really fun.
I shot an AK-47 about 4 feet away from a guy
Yeah.
and like went into the room, and then there was another guy who hadn't heard it.
Hmm.
So I'm like, oh, well,
Hmm.
I guess I'll shoot you then.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
bang,
I suppose
victory.
so. Yeah.
It
Why
was on the
not?
other side of a wall.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, guns are loud, you
They
know?
are pretty loud, but I
I've
mean, walls are pretty solid.
Walls are rather solid. That is true. Um, I think honestly that I think they got it. You know, they nailed it.
Yeah,
All right.
I mean, I'm not complaining.
Ah,
Means I didn't get shot.
that's fair enough. Well, I guess I'll put this in here for when Aiden actually does come in,
Yeah,
so that he doesn't even have to ask. He just
yeah.
has it.
He's still gonna
Um,
ask. I bet you anything.
nah, he'll
He won't
notice.
notice it, and then he'll ask.
Dude, if he doesn't notice it, I would laugh. I would laugh a
We'll
lot.
see.
Hello,
I'll
bros. Hello, Timothy.
prepare to laugh.
I will prepare. Um, well,
Yes,
hello out there, and
I.
welcome back to Table Talk, Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great on 95.
And I am your second host, and I'm murdering people from a distance.
That's true. He did miss
Well,
out
okay,
on
it's not
being the
actually
second
murder.
host.
It's good. It's well,
Yeah.
okay. So they're enemy combatants, so
Mm,
it's not technically murder.
technically, it's
Technically,
whatever lets you sleep at night, really.
exactly.
Yeah. Um, Aiden will be joining us later.
Yeah, he was a fucking coward.
That's right. He
Decided
was
to
the coward.
fucking. He was cooking food,
I
and
was
then
gonna
we
say,
said we're gonna start without him, and he's like, "Oh man!"
and then he
And then he
left.
left like a bitch.
That's right. I didn't expect it, honestly.
Neither did I,
So
which is why I'm making such a big deal out of it.
yeah, that's fair. Subverted our expectations, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
I just walked in on it's not actually a murder. A good place to
Well, I mean,
start.
hey, if there's any phrase to walk in on, that is certainly one of them.
Yeah, exactly. That is definitely a phrase of all time.
Yes.
Um, so today is a day, not just any day.
Yeah.
It is uh, the Valentine's Day.
Valentine's. Yes.
Yes, it's Valentine's for the Valentine.
Yes. It's
Um,
Singles Awareness Day.
that's true. Yes. So yeah. I didn't really. So in the beginning, I was like, yeah, we could do something, I guess. That's like mildly in the. And then I started thinking about it, and I was like, oh, Valentine's.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's like a love thing, right?
Yeah.
Supposedly, right?
Mm-hmm. It's the
Um,
theory, anyway.
and then I was like, well, wait a minute. What else can be like expressed in such a way? And it's not just you don't have to worry about love, right? You
Uh-huh.
can think about like friendship, you can think about like platonic love even, you can think about like um just caring for somebody. And then I was
Mhm.
like care. So I'll use that word
Oh,
because today we're going to be talking about caring about things.
okay.
Um, specifically two titles that I found that are interesting.
Okay.
Um, the first one being nobody cares about your character in your D&D 5e Pathfinder 2e TTRPG party,
Uh-huh.
which is just something that I think is just an interesting thing to explore
Mm-hmm.
because I assume what they mean I assume what they mean is your character is just one of the party, right?
Mhm.
Not necessarily
The main character.
exactly. They are one of the group, and that's all that they need to be, right? So don't think that they are. Don't get it twisted and think you're special, okay?
Nobody is.
That's right. And the things that you do make you special. We talked about this. Tune into last episode, I think it was. Was it?
And it's one of the last 400 or so.
That's right.
Wait, how many have we done?
We're on 138 right now.
Well, okay, 138. I forgot if we did 400 or something. It's
That's
4
fair.
years. That's why.
Yeah. We're on year 4.
I'm getting that number mixed
That's
in
fair.
there.
Yeah. As the avatar of nihilism, it's important I'm here for this topic and Valentine's Day. Well, hello, August. Thank you. I appreciate you being here for that reason. The love between a man and a Twinkie. That's right. Yes. Also, it's important love that.
Yeah.
My love for a fine bowl of ramen. Also a good one. Yes. Happy St. Valentine's Day Massacre Day. Oh, yeah. That's a good one. Thank you, Lux. My thinking is happy Valentine's Day. Get fucked. Fuck yourself. Fuck somebody you love. Fuck somebody you really want to. Consensually, of course. Or do all the fucking that you need to do. Consensually, of course. So go get fucked. Happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Or don't. It's up to you, really. Yeah.
Most don't really have a choice.
That's right. So hey, it's a time to celebrate fucking the ones you love, all right?
Yeah,
not necessarily fucking them over, but potentially, I guess, if that's the way you want to take it. So stop trying to fuck me, bro. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's why I said consensually. God. Anyway. So yeah, we're going to be talking about things that have to do with caring. The second topic is more about getting people to care about things. Not necessarily in the title itself, but it's implied in the wording. So figured that's a good way to do it, right? So, without further ado, let's go over to this video. Boo, you're not even in the watch together.
I'm getting in it right now.
Oh my god. I gave you such a preamble to like join in.
Yeah, but I waited. I was killing.
That's fair. That is true. For me, it's all about chocolate. There you go. Yeah. Why not? Okay. I was just given a thing of chocolate by my roommate because he was like, "Hey, here." I was like, "Oh, sick. Thanks, man."
Nice. I got this from my Japanese high schooler girlfriend because over there, Valentine's Day is girls giving things to men, which I like. I like that a lot more than I like the whole, nothing.
That's fair. And also she goes to a different school, so you don't know her.
Yeah, true. Everybody goes to a different school. I go to a different school.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So that's why you've never met her.
Yeah. That's why you've never met me.
Right, exactly. It's really a fine thing, this going to a different school. It's a great excuse.
Good thing there's so many different schools.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah.
Okay. So, let me just plug in my phone because it's on 15% and potentially I could get an emergency call from somewhere. I don't know. Even though nobody calls me. So, I cry. So let's begin here. This is from Collective Arcana. We've covered one video from them before, and that was the very meandering and outright nothing video, if you remember, about I think it was feats or something. Where
I don't really remember.
It was, you know what? Let me refresh the memory of myself and then your memory because of that. What I do remember, before I get to the actual answer, is that it was very much just do whatever you want. Just watched it, but it was a
Oh, it's
lot
one
of
of
that for
those.
15 minutes.
Yeah,
If you remember.
I don't recognize the face, but I definitely recognize the video type.
That is fair.
The one where it's a vapid nothing.
Yeah, so potentially this time, he's got a point that actually... Oh, it wasn't feats, it was adding dex to damage, if you remember.
Right, it was that.
Yes.
It's like, oh yeah, you could do it if you want. You don't have to, but you could.
Yeah, but you could.
And if you do, you might.
You might, and it might be all right, and you might like it.
And it could do something if you do, but you don't have to.
Exactly. That was episode 58 last time that we checked Collective Arcana out. So, now this time, a very interesting title, so I'm hoping the content is very interesting itself. Let us begin.
Yes.
Internet, and welcome to the Collective Arcana. We are a channel all about tabletop gaming, and today I have some bad news for you. Nobody cares about your character.
Yep.
It is true.
Look, hey, I get it. Your character's awesome. They're very cool.
All right off the bat, you gotta mix the sound down for your intro music when you're gonna just start talking like that. Like, I thought it was gonna last longer because it's still lasting.
Oh, by the way, sorry, I don't mean to.
No, you're good.
I don't mean to. I was excited about it yesterday. Beastmen got really good.
Oh, did you check it out?
Yeah, they got a lot
yeah.
better. And I have an idea for what I'm going to do for my Beastmen when I paint them and, like, make them.
Yeah.
My Beastmen are going to all be wearing top hats.
Oh,
and they're all
nice.
going. if I can model it, I'm gonna try to have them all wearing monocles.
Yes.
So that way they're like, this society is so debased. Let us destroy it so that we can rebuild it from the ground up.
I love
properly.
It. Yes.
So they're very proper Beastmen.
You must do this.
It's gonna be great.
Oh my god. Yes.
I'll also see if I can give them some cigars.
Yes. Honestly, you could probably find some of that on like Etsy or something. Just to make it a little easier for you.
Yeah.
I heard Bowser gave King Boo something for Love People Day. Rumor is it's a big bag of chocolate eggs. Oh.
Nice.
Oh, there you go.
You know, they've got a really interesting build, 5 pages of backstory, and more attitude than the average 80s action movie protagonist. But here's the thing. Nobody cares. Okay, hopefully you care about your character, but you're probably in the minority on that one. And that's okay. All right, it's not your fault or your character's fault. It's just that most people are so caught up in their character or maybe the, overarching plot points or, whether they left the coffee pot on or whatever, that they're more concerned with their own bubble than yours. So today we're sort of going to talk about how to get past that and get everyone to care about your character, maybe you a little bit too, but mostly your character.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is a surprising twist.
This is a good. This is good.
I like that idea. Yeah, because like the thing about everything is in the beginning, maybe even before the beginning, sometimes you can get people to care about your character, just by concept alone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's cool when that happens, but at the end of the day, as he's saying, you might not, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's okay because they can warm up to them, right?
Yeah.
Usually in games, everybody warms up to everybody's character, like no matter what, unless they're like being a shithead.
Unless they're designed to not be warmed up to.
Yes, that's also true. But even then, you can get people to kind of be like, oh, I like that character, right? Like, and they care about him in a meta way.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Overall, I think meta, everybody's gonna care. So like, but like in game, maybe not. But yeah. So I guess it's an interesting thing to think about because I guess this is another thing for like newer players and younger players as well. Of like, why doesn't everybody care that my character is doing this thing, right?
Yeah, why does nobody care?
Right. There have been times in games where like something could for me personally, and I've seen it as well, of like something happens in the game and then it like it's overshadowed by something else because that's more important, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it feels like, well, I had like a big thing that happened.
Yeah, no, that's definitely one of the worst things is where you might have like a big character moment,
Yeah.
but since nobody cared, it just kind of falls flat.
Right.
It's like a comedian telling a joke and nobody laughing.
Yes, exactly.
Which is awful.
Please clap.
Please clap.
So, which, yeah, it can feel like shit, but it's one of those things where you have to like look at the situation first and then go like, okay, so why? And then if it's just something else happened that actually took more precedence over everyone, well then that's probably why, and it's not your fault, and it's not like the fault of the people and the characters.
Yeah.
It's just something else that's literally something they have to deal with, right?
Yeah, it just kind of wound up, kind of sweeping you away. You know? It's unfortunate when that happens, but it can.
Yeah. The important thing, I think, and maybe we'll get to this in the video, but the important thing, I think, is to not, like, try to force it to be everybody's, like, deal. Because, like, your character's stuff, again, important to you and your character, not something that you need to push onto other people. Like, hey, buddy, in real life, guess what? I'm gonna trauma dump all over you, all right? And, like, people don't usually appreciate that unless you're really good friends. But, same kind of deal. So,
people don't tend to like pity parties.
Yeah. It becomes that when you force it, right?
Yes.
Not when you just share it to somebody who's willing to listen. I did not know people did not care about Leroy, but he does not mind. Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
And we're going to see how that can influence the game at large. Okay, so we're going to come at it from sort of a selfish place, but we're going to end up in a very positive for everybody sort of situation. And most of this stuff is true whether you're at a table or passing people on the sidewalk. Okay, this is something that, you can apply it in your everyday life as well as your tabletop games. It's a similar concept all over, and it's just that people tend to be in their own bubble. And the way that you can forge connections in real life by talking to them, it can also be done in game and should be done in game. If you're not doing it, you and your whole party are missing out on a whole lot. And
I was gonna say, I guess especially for new players, right? This can be a hard thing to do, because potentially you might be a little gringo with your dialogue, which is fine, right? Like, you got to start somewhere. And like, we all were a little cringy when we made our first character, and role played them, and they were really cool. I promise, guys.
Oh yeah, they were awesome.
Yeah, so
especially mine.
Right, exactly, especially mine. So, it's one of those things where, especially for people that are a little more uncomfortable as well during roleplay, right? It's gonna take time, just like anything in these games, in anything really. Everything's gonna take. Oh,
the coward returns.
Hello.
Well, few things. First of all, it's very relieving to see the link here before I get in the call.
Oh man,
see,
I actually did notice it.
You did notice it.
I commend you, Alejo.
Thank you. We
were gonna laugh if you missed it.
Yeah, I was looking for your approval specifically, so I'm glad that you said something so that I can feel better about myself tonight.
You should. You deserve to feel good.
Okay.
Well,
I don't agree with that, but
not like great, but like passive.
I don't agree with it still, but let's keep going.
Secondly, for those of you in the audience who care, I announced like about a month ago that I was going to be searching for a job, and I found something to sort of tide me over in the meantime.
Yes.
But as of yesterday, I got a job offer that I accepted, and I'm going to be doing cell culture, making vaccines.
Hey.
He's gonna be giving people autism. What a bastard!
That's right.
That is true. Every vial will have a little autism splashed in.
Yes, good. Give me at least 20.
Yeah. And then can you also mix in a little dash of flat Earth and 5G
Ah!
causes COVID.
Need it.
I mean, autism is an element. AU.
Oh!
Yeah, that's true. That is true. That's what AU is.
Nice.
You will find it. It's element number 79 on the periodic table.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thirdly, do you guys remember a few weeks ago I said that I was playing a little video game called Pokemon Unite?
I do.
I remember you abusing children, yes?
Yes. That is exactly what happened. Two kind of mini updates for that. The first of which is I climbed to Master rank is the highest rank you can have. It's like, for those of you who play like League of Legends, it's like Challenger.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I am
You
the
feel
rank.
proud?
I am the rank directly below it, which is like the equivalent of like high plat, low diamond.
Okay.
However, as you climb and you start to get better and better opponents,
I would imagine.
The opponents I'm like fighting against, I'm like, there are some fucking nail biter games.
Oh, you're not playing against children anymore, is what you're telling me, or at least you're playing against skilled children.
I have an
Children,
alternate.
one might say.
I have an alternate account. I can still fight children.
Oh, okay, yeah, right.
Okay,
Of course. I mean, obviously.
But one of the things I did to do, like after I got the job offer, was I did some stuff to like treat myself. I got a watch, and I also got like a Pro controller for the Switch, so that way I'm not using the horrible Joy-Cons anymore.
That's nice.
Because
as you should.
My Joy-Cons, if I move straight down, like occasionally I just stop.
It has anti-drift?
Yeah, literally.
Wow.
Okay.
I have a little bit of drift to the upper left, and then I have anti-drift straight down.
That's amazing.
What the fuck?
So honestly, the fact that I climbed to where I was with a broken controller, like I'm still learning stuff about the game, and I'm like, wow, I don't even know the game that well, and my controllers are fucking broken and falling apart.
What the fuck? This isn't even your final form, actually.
Jesus Christ.
But I got a Pro controller. It's an off-brand one, which like gave flashbacks of Mad Catz.
Yeah, my roommate has an off-brand one, and it actually is like it died not too long ago.
This one was recommended to me by Amazon.
Yeah. Okay.
And it is so far actually pretty stellar.
Yeah, so is his.
I had it overnighted to me, and I got out of my apartment, saw that it had arrived, realized I had 20 minutes to make it to work, which is how long it takes to walk to work. Or I could play a 10-minute match of Pokemon Unite and drive the 10 minutes to work. So I played some Pokemon Unite, and I'm like, wow, this is pretty great, because I don't have to actively fight against my controller.
Yeah, that sounds nice. The thing that you need to play the game works, and you can play the game. Nice.
Shit.
Yeah.
What a fucking world that we live in, where the things that we need to do things allow us to do the things.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna duck out again. I'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Hey, everybody.
There you go. He'll be back. And then he can answer your questions. I want to make a Kringu Tengu now. Ooh, yeah. Do it. All right. Let's continue on. I think we were in the middle of a point, but fuck it.
I mean, this is nothing new for us.
Right. I think we got to at least somewhere that's at least acceptable to continue.
Yeah.
Pause for just a moment and give credit where credit is due, okay? There are those rare, beautiful, magical unicorn people who, by default, are invested in other people and their characters at the table and also just in real life. And you people are wonderful, and I hope that you never stub your toe or get a paper cut or anything like that again. But those
Thanks.
people are rare. So you people.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they're not actually that
So-
rare.
Yeah, so at least in my groups that I've played in, everybody gives a shit about everybody.
Yeah.
Like, because out of game, of course, not necessarily the characters in game, but out of game, we all are like, yo, your character is sick. I want to learn about why they are the way they are, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the whole kind of draw of like meeting a new person, kind of, right, in general, is like,
Yeah.
why are you the way that you are, and do we
Yes.
mesh, you know? Oh yes, the mighty unicorn. Yes, we're all mighty unicorns. If you give any shits about other people's characters, and I assume the NPCs in the game or whatever, I don't know, wow, amazing. It's not that big of an achievement.
Yeah,
That just means you're interested in other things than just yourself, which seems normal and healthy to me.
Yeah.
So
You're
I don't
not
know.
100% self-centered and throw other people under the bus so that you can be at the front.
Yeah.
No.
That's crazy, man.
That's very rare.
Yeah. Twilight Sparkle
Especially in a
cares.
hobby that's all like cooperative storytelling.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? All of tabletop role playing is cooperative storytelling, and like I get there are those bad eggs every now and then, but I think those are the unicorns, really.
Yeah.
'Cause,
Those
like,
are the ones.
it's just, I mean, unicorns flattering for them, I'm sorry, but they're unique.
Yeah.
Because you see the videos of them in your
Oh,
Crit
yeah.
Crabs and your, you know, other channels like that with the horror stories, and like, yeah, they're awful, but like that's like a few people in the vast majority of this wonderful hobby that we all share, right? So
Share?
well, you know. That's right, we win it. We fight over it to win it.
Goddamn right.
Yeah. I can't forget that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's I don't know. It's just a weird thing to say.
Yeah, no, it is.
I wonder what an anti-unicorn would be. Nightmares? Yes, nightmares. Yep.
Yeah.
'Cause-
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah.
People, you unicorns, don't go changing. Stay just the way you are.
Thanks.
Everybody else, though.
Hey, that means we're unicorns.
Let's learn something from
Yeah, dude, we're fucking amazing and magical.
Apparently,
and-
we're unicorns, and we should never stub our toe or get a
Never.
paper cut ever again. Too bad he didn't say, I hope you never get a cut with your fucking craft knife while you're working with miniatures ever again, because that would have actually been useful.
I got a paper cut not too long ago. It sucked.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Getting cut with the X-Acto knife. That's also sucks.
Yeah. Dude, I've had so many close calls where I've nearly just sliced into my thumb. Just
Yep, that's
because
happened to me twice.
I've nearly fucking dropped it onto my leg in such a way that it would just drive into my
That it
leg.
would just stab directly in, pierce the flesh.
Yes, the flesh is weak, brother.
Yes, it is.
So-
The X-Acto knife is eternal.
Yes,
Whatever.
exactly. Speaking of unicorns, by the way, this has reminded me of a thing. There is one of the podcasts that I listen to on occasion, called, I think it's The Wrong Station.
Okay.
And it's like a horror anthology podcast, right?
Oh, okay,
That
cool.
they just do short stories that they just read out and act out basically for that thing, right?
Nice.
And one of them has like, I won't go too far into it because it's really good, and I don't remember which episode it is, unfortunately. But I highly recommend listening to them because they're good little horror stories. Like all of them are pretty good. But one of them had to do with unicorns and like a very cool and horrifying take on how they work. Which it just reminds me of that. So a shout out to The Wrong Station on Spotify and whatever else is out there that it's on. Go look at it, check it out. It's like 110 episodes right now. Very good stuff. The only unicorn I can think of that does not care is the one from Gravity Falls. You know the one. I've not watched a lot of Gravity Falls, but it's pretty good from what I did watch. So I don't know that
I've never
unicorn.
actually seen any of it.
I would recommend it if you ever want to sit down and like watch a cartoon. Legit.
Yeah.
All right, I'll do it. I hope you guys never cut yourselves with your X-Acto knives again.
There we go.
Lux.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Sucks.
It does.
Those magical unicorn people. So, non-unicorns, how do we get everyone else to care about our characters? Well, the simple fact is, to get people to care about you, you have to show them that you care about them. And this isn't just a sociopath how-to guide. Hopefully you really are, you really do want to be invested in your fellow players' characters, and you're not just doing it so that they'll pay attention to you.
It's the funny thing is, one of my characters is literally that.
Well, the thing is, like, it's while it sounds bad, it actually is. True. It's 100% selfish sometimes, and that's okay.
Yeah, you can
if you
be
act selfish in order to get other people to care about everybody, then go for it.
Yeah, I feel like that's good to get people to care about other people. If that's your goal, you're doing that because you want people to be that way. I mean, it's not that bad. Like, as long as it's not to a horrible degree, I guess.
Yeah.
Everything in moderation, right?
Especially moderation.
Yeah, especially moderation. Too much excess will summon an eldritch being that steals your souls when you die.
Yeah, that's true.
So you got to be careful.
Yeah.
Alicorns also rock. Just saying. Alicorns?
Bronies.
That's fine. Yeah. Sure. I have nothing against, bronies are cool. You like the thing. I've never looked into it and I don't care to. Right? It's just whatever.
Yeah, same.
Maybe I'll make it short. If you want other people to care about your character, you need to care about theirs. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Simple as that.
I can't control that, though, so if you're going to be a monster of a person, I guess keep doing that. Keep being the opposite of the unicorn person, but hopefully
unicorns are also technically monsters.
Yeah, exactly. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Fucking semantics now.
Alicorns are the horses with wings and horns. Thank you.
Yes.
Good place. But on that note,
I'm surprised that you knew that.
Death Battle.
That makes more sense. Okay.
Yeah, Death Battle. Because they've done some My Little Pony stuff.
Who won?
I think it was Rainbow Dash versus Starscream.
And
then there was somebody versus Raven from Teen Titans.
Okay.
I forget the other one.
Okay.
And there's Pinkie Pie versus Deadpool. That was it. That one was pretty funny.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I have to acknowledge that there are some tables, some games, some groups that play like cutthroat mercenaries who don't care at all about each other and are just looking out for themselves and trying to get a job done for, whatever edgy reasons that there may be. And that's cool. That's totally fine. We're not talking to those people if that's what you're doing.
But you could, though.
Yeah.
Because, again, now I'm confused. Are we talking about people outside of the game? Like, caring about their other people's characters? Or are we, in the sense of, all of the people around the table?
Don't care about each other at that point.
Yeah, because if the characters don't care about each other, it doesn't mean that you don't care about other people's characters.
Yeah, because you can have those, edgy teams where it's man, once we get done with this, we're fucking done.
Yeah.
And then outside the game, you can still be like, dude, your character's super cool. I love his motivation, yada yada yada.
Yeah, absolutely. That legitimately, the game that's on hiatus for me, the Wednesday game, all of our characters are together because we were asked to, but we didn't really stick around because we liked each other. At least not all of us. But we're there for the benefit of ourselves. Because we're working for the royal government, basically.
Ooh, okay.
And it's getting us to the means to our ends. And throughout it, we've discovered things about each other that have helped strengthen bonds. Absolutely. And for my character specifically, in the sense of strengthening his rise to getting what he wants, more so because he knows that they have things that actually tie in that could actually help him get those things. Not necessarily bonding, just using bonds.
Yeah, no, I mean, fucking, yeah.
Right, so, but at the same time, every single one of those other characters, I've been like, oh, yeah, that's pretty fucking cool. let's do this, right? Like, I really want to see.
Secretly, behind the scenes, you're like, hey, now I can manipulate him. Now he'll owe me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And like,
I mean, hell, I don't like how much, I don't super like admitting it, but I'm actually fairly that way in real life.
Sure. Yeah. It's so
like very self-serving, but it's also kind of helpful to manipulate people sometimes.
Sure. Yeah. Well, so I recognize and know it's easy when you actually like know people. I recognize that it's easy, and I don't think that I do it consciously.
But
I don't know. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the thing.
There have been times when I've absolutely done that, though.
Sure. Yeah, and it's a thing that's happened, right? Like,
yes.
What are you gonna do? It would be awesome to ride into battle on an undead unicorn. Yes. I would like to see that, actually.
That'd be fucking scary.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The fuck would an undead unicorn even be called?
Man,
that would take a lot of effort to make one.
Yes.
Fuck. First you gotta find it, then you gotta kill it, and then you gotta have enough power to actually raise it as something evil. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's severe corruption. Oh my god.
That's like Lich level shit.
Yes, yeah.
Or Dracolich level.
Yeah. A Unilich.
Oh my god.
Don't change anything if everybody's having fun. But if that's not what you're going for, and that's what you find that you're getting, this is for you. Luckily, it's just 3 little steps to bridge this gap, all right? First step is your backstory. Look, big backstory is great. Some GMs like a lot of backstories, some like minimal, but everybody hopefully is going to come into their character with some idea of who they are, where they've been, what they're doing. Most games nowadays, D&D 5e, Pathfinder 2nd Edition, are going to ask you for a background and stuff like that. Things to sort of get you thinking, but hopefully you go even a little bit beyond just what the character sheet requires. But you want to leave holes. You don't want to have an airtight, several pages of backstory, leaving nothing to chance. One good piece of advice is always write your backstory from the perspective of your character and assuming that you don't know anything that your character doesn't know. If somebody killed your character's parents, it's a trope, but that's fine.
Thank you.
It's a trope for a reason. But if somebody killed your character's parents, hopefully you don't know who did it necessarily, unless your character also knows who did it. Don't say.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just in general, having a backstory that has, I don't like the word holes for it. Just because that reminds me of like plot hole or just a hole in something. Like, usually that's a negative. I would rather just call it vagaries. It's just semantics at that point. But having something be vague so that it can be either fleshed out or filled in later on is something that can be very useful for, like, in this case, who killed your parents? I don't know. My parents are dead. That's all I know, right?
It's a damn shame.
Yeah. I cry. And but then it's like, okay, so then we can work in, maybe your DM goes like, oh, your parents are dead. Well, this guy's like, whole family's dead, like everyone, and maybe they got killed by the whole people, the same people. I don't know, right? Yeah. To try to tie things together. Obviously, this is like a, the tropiest one that we can go for, but anything like that, like in the war, let's say, there's a war for your character, sure. In the war, you served and you were fighting on this side, and they were fighting for these reasons and stuff, right? And because of that, you were serving under some guy, right? Oh my gosh, this is your commander. He's so cool. Wow. His name's some guy. Wow.
There's a war and there's bad guys and you're fighting for a reason and you did this thing. And I
don't mean to be so vague about like the specifics there.
It sounds really funny to
I know. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that's every war. And it's usually more vague.
Man, this is how I should write my Call of Cthulhu stuff. There's a thing, and there's a guy who cast a spell that did a thing, and he killed a guy. Now go get him. He's in the place.
Right, exactly.
Fucking hell. Anyway, go on. Sorry.
But they serve under this commander who doesn't have a name, right? One of the other characters might have a backstory that has a person in their life who is an uncle or maybe father or grandfather or something who was like they knew was in a war at some point, right? Not exactly, like they don't have anything about what the war was about, maybe all that kind of stuff, and so you can have that kind of tie-in to get a bond there of like, oh, I knew your uncle, father, grandfather guy. But and then you can have them have like a conversation of like, oh, well, I didn't know him as well as I'd like to. What was he like? Right? Like, and then you can have that kind of be something that you can play with as a DM to get these characters to interact and maybe form a closer bond. Hello, welcome back.
You this day I returned to you.
Thank you. We're talking about nobody caring about your character
and how to get people to care about your character.
Yes.
So, okay. I have a coworker who plays just about as much D&D as I do. Which is to say, frankly, unhinged amount.
An unhealthy amount, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And this isn't like any projected fix or anything. But I did sit through 4.5 hours of him telling me about his character and me aggressively not caring, but being too nice to stop him.
Yeah. Well, there always does come a time when you've done too much.
Yes. I was talking about it before. Excess.
Yes.
He tried explaining a character and said, "Oh, well, it's you'll understand better if you have the backstory." And he proceeded to tell me all about his backstory, his friends' characters' backstories.
Oh, okay.
The entirety of the campaign.
Oh, okay.
His upcoming campaign.
Okay, well.
And the character that he's prepared for that.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, too much.
It's a Sun Soul monk.
Oh, wow.
For a pirate campaign, and I'm like, yay!
Good. Cool.
Yeah.
No, yeah, so this is the thing. We were talking about it because he was talking about it before. This seems to be for like newer players, right? Who, or at least it would benefit newer players, I guess. Of like, you made this cool character. They have a cool backstory. Nobody cares, right? That sucks. How do I get them to care, right? And apparently, I think, Aiden, you would fall under this category at times, where you actually do, out of game, care about every other player's character, at least to some degree, because you find their character concept to be interesting, or their backstory, or all that kind of stuff.
I care about the characters of the campaigns I'm in.
Yes, exactly. And I think that's what we're going for here. And apparently, this mindset that I think is incredibly rampant and very healthy that most people have, though again, there are exceptions, as is, I've said, evident by crit crab videos and such, etc., etc., etc. That our mindset that we usually go into games with means that we are unicorns. We are friendly little unique things that are rare. Which I'm not sure. I wouldn't say so, because I think most people, like, outside of game are like, yo, your character and my character should fucking do gangbusters together. It'll be great. Right? At least that's my mindset in the grand scheme of this. I don't know if you also feel that way about the populace at large, the hobby players at large. Aiden?
Sorry, no, I was like agreeing with everything thus far, and it's just been stuffing my face.
I understand. Oh, you're good. You're good. You're fine. Okay. as long as I can have my echo chamber, that's all I require.
Yeah.
Scream into the void. I won't stop you.
No, I appreciate it. That's what we do every fucking episode. To some degree. So.
Oh, did you have somewhere you were going with this? Or
no, I was gonna move on.
Okay. So there's something about telling a person your character, that I understand you're passionate about something, and you are thinking, I'm passionate about this thing. Why aren't people also just as passionate as I am? For this character they don't play in this campaign that they're not in. And like I understand wanting to gush about your character. Hell, I've done it numerous times to people with varying degrees of caring. And it has struck me that when I am doing it, I'm like, there's a certain degree of self-importance here.
Yeah.
That is kind of not okay. Which is why I'm still working on this. It's a process, but I'm getting better at it. I only tell people about my characters if they're actually really curious.
Yeah.
And they are legitimately like, that seems like a cool character concept. Or my exception to this rule is if you're going to just talk to me for 4.5 hours about campaigns that I don't care about, I'm gonna say, okay, that cool little like piss and shit is like whatever, but let me tell you about some real cool stuff, and then I will like talk to you about my character because I do not care about whether or not you were bored at that point.
Yeah. I mean, that seems fair to me. That one.
You have bored me. Thus, I shall now bore you.
Exactly. Like, whatever. If we want to both just use each other as like propping up the other person as like a captive audience, fuck it. I can go this route. I'm in a lot of campaigns.
Yeah. Exactly.
You picked the wrong person to mess with.
You don't understand what you've unleashed.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's but yeah, I think it's just one of those things where I guess like I was saying before, younger players might not understand that as much, right? They might not understand all this stuff as much slash newer players slash people with mostly just new young players, because the mindset of oversharing to the point of it being 4 hours is one that I rarely see to people that don't care.
So fortunate.
Yeah, I do. I am fortunate. So it's but it is something that I think is worth at least talking about, and I'm glad that this video is at least like this. So far, we have stuff to talk about.
Yeah,
as opposed to the last one
where it was just I mean, I already did it.
Yeah. So let's see. What if it's a vampire unicorn? It could have bat wings, dude.
Cool.
That would be sick. Get best I got is a unipier. Nice. True bat wings would be sick as hell. Yeah. Sidebar for Aiden. What are your thoughts on uniliches and unipiers?
A unilich I could definitely see.
Yeah.
Like, a unilich would be sick as hell.
Yeah.
I imagine it just like a more Fey flavored Draco Lich.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Unipires? I don't think I would put one in my game.
I wouldn't
just
either.
because that doesn't appeal to me personally quite as much. I'm surprised you wouldn't put it in your game, Alejo, given that you have a whole race of vampires.
Yeah, I love vampires. I don't love horses.
Hmm.
There are a few people that have Crit Crab videos about them though that adore horses.
Yeah, I know.
Mm.
I know about that.
Oh.
No, I've seen the titles. I've not watched them.
Uh,
Let's see. There was one other thing that was for you before. Oh yeah, what is your ace Pokemon at the moment, Aiden?
I don't know if I would call it my ace, but I really enjoy Breloom.
Oh, there's a Breloom in that?
Oh, and Violet, yeah.
Oh, in Violet.
Just
I thought it was
as a whole.
I thought it was. I thought it was referring to Unite or whatever. So.
Oh, in Unite it's Decidueye. In Violet it's Breloom, but I'm kind of really enjoying. I've got a build for a special attack focused Arcanine because I was like, hey,
that's cool.
Shiny Growlithe is really cool.
Yeah.
I've always kind of wanted a Shiny Growlithe. So I ate a sandwich and I caught 3 of them.
Oh.
And I made an attack-focused Arcanine.
Yeah.
A special attack-focused Arcanine. And just a Shiny Growlithe for my personal collection.
Okay.
So Terrestrialization has something a little funny where you can change a Pokemon's type. And Arcanine's hidden ability is Flash Fire.
Yes.
Which makes it immune to fire type attack.
Yes.
So what you do is, hold on, there we go. You take an Arcanine with Flash Fire, and then you give it an Ice Terra type, so it's immune to one of the things that would be super effective against it. And Arcanine gets access to Hyper Voice, which can proc a Throat Spray, which can increase your special attack 2 times. And then my Arcanine, I have Overheat, Terra Blast, Solar Beam, and Hyper Voice. So fire, ice, or grass. I looked at it. Of the 18 Pokemon types, I counter 8 of them.
Nice.
With a single good boy.
That's right.
With a single best boy.
Yeah, there you go. Let's see. I guess the unfortunate reality is that newer players are the most likely to expect other people to care about their characters and the least likely to come up with unique characters. Yeah. Yeah. I guess people tend to project their feelings onto the rest of the universe. Oh yeah. That's the way of being a person.
Welcome to humanity.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely
right. Shout out to the rogue in my campaign who made a Kenku rogue who was orphaned, and then wrote a backstory about how they got orphaned again. And I was like, you know what? That's new to me. I've never seen
orphaned.
I've never seen a double orphan.
Yeah.
Let's see.
When she made this character too, she had no idea of character tropes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I read the backstory and I just started laughing.
Yeah. Let's see. I tend to agree with the I care about the characters I play with thing. Yeah. Did someone talk about characters for 4 hours? Yeah, that was Aiden's friend. Would talk about his stuff for 4 hours. I guess I like nightmares myself. Yeah, nightmares are cool. I'm cool with demon horses. They're pretty sick. Bone horses, skeleton horses. I can fuck with that. That's pretty good. A demon unicorn would be cool. I should put some in my world at some point. Yeah, go for it. Absolutely. Nightmares literally are a demon horse. That's a thing. In D&D at least. It's probably in Pathfinder as well.
And that's why I'm playing Ossiarch Bone Reapers.
And fuck yeah,
They have
dude.
fucking awesome skeleton horses.
Absolutely.
Because they're like amalgam skeleton horses.
Yes. I might have talked about the race I made up for 4 hours. Fair enough, yeah. They had nightmare cataphracts though.
Ooh.
Cool. Yeah. I tend to talk for a long time myself, to be fair. Oh yeah, well, have you... I don't know if you noticed. You're in good company then, because have you seen the show before? I know you have. All right.
I take a long time to say anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was totally his evil, scheming uncle, or it was totally her, the neighbor who wanted to expand his farm and whatever. Don't do that. Leave your GM room to work. Again, just know what your character knows, and don't assume anything else. And assume that your character could be wrong as well. Don't assume that just because you wrote in your backstory that your character thinks it was this person, that it's going to be that person. Don't assume that anything your character knows is necessarily going to pan out.
Okay. Interesting. So I think that's a double-edged sword. Which it can be very good when done right? When you give that freedom to your DM, if what I would do as a DM in that kind of situation, if I wanted to do something like that, I would probably ask them first if it would be okay if I like made it so that not all of their backstory is necessarily true, right? Because there's a certain amount of like, not personal pride, but just like you created your backstory, right? Like you created that and you spent however long you wanted to on it. And if the DM was like, yeah, this is pretty good, absolutely, let's go with this. Then you're like, yeah, cool. And then if they're like, but a few things I want to change, sometimes that can be a little disheartening, right?
Yeah.
But obviously, you as the DM will know, hopefully, your players well enough to know who you can do that with, and who would be more receptive to it than who wouldn't. So it's just one of those things where you just want to, again, your mileage may vary, and, do this in moderation. Don't necessarily make everybody's backstory a twist. Don't M. Night Shyamalan that shit, okay?
Yeah, you don't there's a reason why that... diminishing returns.
Yes, like fucking, you don't want a Ryan Johnson in either, where everything's just fucking subverted for no fucking reason. So be careful.
You said Ryan Johnson. I thought you meant Ryan George. I'm like, huh?
No, Ryan George's a saint. What do you mean?
Yeah, no, yeah, he's fine. That's why I was like, huh?
Yeah.
What about?
There is a meme I saw the other day, and it was if ever you're feeling like unconfident in yourself as a new fledgling writer, always remember someone was paid to write Somehow Palpatine Return.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Hollywood is great for making it so that people think they can write well.
Yeah.
And a lot of people can.
Yeah.
But they don't go for you. So I guess don't get good at writing is the lesson here. Don't do it.
Why waste the time?
Yeah, I mean, you'll be hired anyway. You just go walk down the street and maybe somebody will pick you up.
Unapologetically pump out schlock and have the bravery to never change.
Goddamn right.
Honestly, pump out schlock and then teleport yourself back to the 80s and you'll be a fucking quadrillionaire. Let's be fair.
It's gonna be great.
Want to know what can beat that Kobold Empire I made up? Maybe I should tell you about the race with the Nightmare Cataphracts. Ooh. Yeah. I would love to see more world building stuff, absolutely.
I would love to hear about that for 4 hours.
Yes, actually.
I request you tell us about it in Wait, hold on. Is it locked?
Yeah, it's locked.
I request you tell us about it in exhaustive detail.
Let's see. Leroy does not care about being right. He just does what he feels like. Yeah, that's fair. That's a neutral character.
Yeah.
All right.
If they're now session 0, that kind of thing, you want to tell your GM, hey, I don't want, this or that. I have.
Oh yeah! Woo! He did it.
So yeah, I actually was going to mention. I have had a player in my campaign who he said, "Hey, Aiden," and he calls me Aiden because he is my friend.
I was hoping you would go there. Yes.
Hey, Aiden, I have a backstory already generated. Let me know if some stuff needs like changing or tweaking. And I'm like, yeah, sure, excellent, no problem. And I open up the PDF, and immediately my eyes glance to the page number because I'm a teacher at heart.
That's fair.
And I see 4 pages, and I go, oh boy, okay, some thought went into this. And then I keep reading, and I find out the entire character is based off of one prophecy. That is very specifically worded and near impossible to put into where I had planned on the campaign going. So what I did is I took some artistic liberties and interpretations of the prophecy.
As you should.
And it was like, you know what? A sea of stars wider than any imagination. That's just the astral sea.
Sure.
Fuck it. We now have an arc centered in the astral sea.
Yeah.
The beating heart of a mountain. There's now a race of like really good dwarves that I kind of had like a way to kind of squeeze in already.
Look at what you make us do, Aiden's friend. Making me put in work?
How could you?
But honestly, whenever I'm looking at... So we're entering into the part of the campaign where, like, each character has their own time to shine, basically.
Yeah. Gotcha.
And we are entering into the part that's supposed to be, like, his arc. And, like, every time that I sit down to look at my world, I look at that prophecy and I go, what liberties can I take?
It's fair. Yeah. Yeah.
So the point of the story being, don't be afraid to, like, have your character have clear-cut motivations, but do be aware that it can be very hard to find a way to squeeze that into a campaign.
Yes.
And you have some DMs who are socially anxious and will try to people please, even when they're going, oh, this is going to be hard to make work.
Yeah. It's true. Careful. I'm a pretty evil genie. Oh, thank you, Lex. Please. That race was not.
He's popped and curled.
Yes. That race was not made for D&D at all, though. It was more inspired by Disgaea. Dude, that's fine. That's the thing. I don't care whence the world building comes, okay?
Only that it comes.
Only that it does, yes, exactly. It can be for whatever. I am totally fine with that. We're not necessarily only about D&D. Come on.
Yeah. Were you here yesterday?
Were you here? Ever? All right.
These ideas, I want to stick to this. Don't, pull the rug out from under me on these concepts. Totally normal, totally good. Definitely do that.
Yeah.
But leave that room for the GM to come in and surprise you with your own backstory elements, okay? That's the best way to make sure that, A, the GM works your character's backstory in. The more room they have to work, the more room they have to fit jigsaw puzzle pieces together,
yes,
the better chance they will. And when they do that, that means that your the other people at the table are going to get introduced to your backstory potentially in a way that already matters to them. If they're after, the same nobleman who they already know is a bad guy, and then it turns out that same nobleman is the one who, sent your character's father to prison, and now.
See, it's really nice to have a video where I'm now, again, to have where I said something, and he's basically saying exactly what I said.
We need that validation.
We do need that, like, sometimes, to be fair.
This echo chamber sounds so great.
But it's one of those things, right? Where sometimes after we've covered many a thing where I just want to die, I would...
There's that moment when we wander into the meadow and we see another unicorn.
Yes, exactly.
Now she's, vowed to get revenge. Now all of a sudden everybody is like, well, we didn't like this person for this reason. And now our friend, tells us that she also hates this this nobleman person. So now we double hate him. So now everyone is both more invested in the story and more invested in your character's personal arc. Versus if you were just saying, this person that you don't know did a bad thing to my family maybe, and I want to go and get them. That's a lot less than, guys, I think this is the man who sent my father to prison for.
So
I was wait a minute.
For example, actually, I have an example of exactly what he's talking about.
Sure.
There's a little Let's Play of D&D. It's called Critical Role.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, it's not too well known.
Is it kind of underground?
Yeah. But in their animated TV show, they have a character who absolutely hates this one family precisely because they caused his family to get murdered.
Yeah.
And in the scene, where they're confronting some of the people that played a little bit of a role in that.
Yeah.
The rest of the party already had their own reasons to chase him down.
Oh,
it wasn't the all right, let's babysit Percy because he's an Angie boy arc. It was this person needs to go down, and to add to his list of crimes, he killed Percy's family.
Absolutely, yeah.
Spoilers.
Oh my god.
Spoilers for episode 2. Critical Role campaign.
Fine.
Campaign 1 of 3.
It's Critical Role as well, right? If you didn't watch it when you if you were a fan of it and you didn't watch it when it first came out, then you're not gonna watch it. You don't give a shit. It's
exactly.
I didn't watch it, so
I didn't watch it either.
Right. But
too busy doing my own.
That's fair. The other thing that I wanted to kind of highlight is this feels a little weird. The point that he's at least making, because yes, if you have something that is more tied into everybody's story, then yes, it will obviously get them to care about it more. But that's not to say that you haven't already gotten to that point through other means, to then have them fight something that actually does matter to that one character, right? Because again, the way that he's putting it, he's vague about the one where it is only mattering to one character. Where it's well, okay, so if you have this happen after months of them hanging out together, doing these missions, doing whatever, and growing together as fighting with each other and saving each other's lives and such, right? Some bonds usually form, and they can get into personal stuff and maybe grow that way as well. And then once the character gets that moment of, guys, I found out who killed my father. You don't know who he is, but he's somebody who killed my father. So can we go and get him?
Kill him? Because he killed my father.
Because he killed my father. And they go, "Oh yeah, you matter to us at least." He killed your father. I guess we'll go and
that's ridiculous. Let's go deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. But like this is a
Who
thing
does that?
This is a thing that can absolutely
That sounds
happen.
like that would have been very illegal.
Yeah. People can't do that.
You can't just go around doing that.
This is
killing
very
fathers.
Ryan George.
Yeah. You can't do that, we decided.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's just one of those things where, yeah, if you have that big plot point that comes up, you can still have it so that they care. It just means that you didn't necessarily tie that into somebody else's, right? You don't have to get the other characters and other players to care. Because now I think that this is supposed to be both, right? You get the other players' characters as well as their characters to care. Because we are kind of it seems a little loose at the moment, but I think that's still the point. But again, right off the bat, you might care anyway, just because they're on your side, they're on your table, and you want to not pay attention to what they're doing, I guess, when it's their time to shine. I don't know. It's like it's weird. It's weird to me to think that somebody wouldn't be invested in scenes that are a personal scene for that character if they're at the table, you know?
Well, I mean, we're unicorns. We can't possibly
you're right.
be able to identify the inner workings of a lesser being's mind.
That's true.
So, in fairness, there was my character, the Death Paladin, who, how would I put this? The party entered into a room, and inside the room was a manifestation of whatever our characters most feared.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And my DM for that campaign said that, talk to me about what it is your character most fears, and we can hash something out. And everyone in that party did a really fucking excellent job of, this is what my character fears, and this is how to make the fight fucking hard.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to fight an anti-version of our party, and it was an uphill climb.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And which is exactly what the DM was looking for, and I'm super proud of everyone for having done it. But one of the things that we all had various things that we feared, the villain of the story, or
sure.
someone's father, etc. Yada yada.
Sure.
But what my character feared was always the potential, because he was a paladin. It was an evil version of himself.
Mm-hmm.
And it was I fear what lurks deep inside me.
Mm-hmm.
The desire to just take things for myself. And whenever, when we all entered into the room, we had the villain of the story, and everyone's the figures. And then my DM described, and you also see Morty with a red glow about him.
Mm.
And my character, of course, always had a green glow about him. And every single person at the table perked up, and they're oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And all wanted to know about that. So you can have definitely people that if you have a character arc with a lot of personal investment, for instance, my character one time had to kill members of his own church.
Yeah.
To defend undead. And everyone was interested in that arc too, because people caring about good character moments is more widespread than you think.
Yes. You said this as a to be fair. I'm confused as to why this was a to be fair point.
Oh, I thought you were saying that we are unicorns because we care about character moments. And I said,
yes,
to be
that's
fair.
a joke.
Oh, yeah, no, that was a joke.
Remember
okay.
remember before when I explained the joke before? About the unicorns thing that he said that we are?
Maybe I missed that exact part. Either way, I was lost in the sauce. I apologize.
You're fine. Okay. Yeah. The joke
basically, the thing that happened before was he was like, "Oh man, people who care about other people's characters, you guys are very special. You're unicorns. You're very rare."
Yes.
You know, and so that's why I said,
we're unicorns apparently,
or something.
Which is why I was talking about before. This was when you were stuffing your face full of food. And I was explaining.
Probably.
Yeah, this was exactly that, because you were saying that because I asked for your thing and you said you were stuffing your face full of food. So okay. I suppose food took over your brain,
which is fair. It's food.
Mm-hmm.
It's delicious.
It's hard to do three things at once. I understand.
My mind turned. Okay, so first of all, the fact that you knew that I was playing Pokemon Unite right now and bullying children.
Of course I did. I can hear your controller.
What else do you do?
Oh shit! Really? Oh,
not only when you talk. You're fine. You're absolutely.
Oh,
fine.
Okay.
Yeah. But also, I assumed it, so yes.
And I just always assume you're playing something.
Yeah.
And since you were talking about abusing children, I figured.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go back to it.
But the point where I was going with that originally was that I have now dropped adult money specifically to better bully children.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Of course.
That's what money's for most of the time.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, we're all on the same page. I was just confused for a moment, but it's all good.
All in the past now.
Yeah, it's somewhat trickling under a raised surface. So let's see. On the topic of world building, I'm hoping to have a backstory of the small seaside town that Leroy and Star Ruby met up in soon. Hey, cool. Do it. I guess it kind of drifted towards D&D over time, the race that you made. I gotcha. I really need to start listening more when the video's playing. It's okay.
Don't worry. Half of us don't even.
So this is
You're good.
So this is the thing. You can go back and just watch the video on its own. Oh.
Yeah.
Also, in the case of most of these videos, you're not missing out on much.
Most of them, yeah.
Except for when Garibay is on. If Garibay is on, remember how I said that, it's like the TV was rolled into the classroom?
Oh, yeah. It's movie night. Yeah.
I'm going to further that analogy by being the strict teacher who wants you in your fucking seat.
Oh my god. For the fucking movie?
Come on.
Calm down, Teach. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, alright? Fuck you, man.
I got some Tetris to bathroom to do.
I gotta go to the computer bathroom.
Yeah.
The lab is a few doors down from it, though. Let's see. We need to put that guy in a room. Yeah, that's right. He killed my father.
But he doesn't want to be in a room.
That's right.
Well, who's going to put him in the room?
Oh, shit.
This is kind of a nice room.
I like it.
Do I get food?
Oh.
I didn't have a room up till now.
Yeah, let's get the guy that killed your father, even though you've not seen your father in years and said he sucked. Yeah. Yeah, I hate that guy. He killed my father. I'm usually pretty captivated when Garibay is on. Oh, yeah. I mean, fair enough. It's hard to look away from an eldritch being.
Yeah. That's how they get you.
That's how they get you.
40 years, whatever it may be. That's a lot. That's got a lot more grab for the people around you than just, some self-contained edgelord story. And along those same lines, your GM...
Also, that depends on the person. Because, some people might really like the more self-contained edgelord story that they are witnessing.
Yeah.
Rather than the thing that ties into, everything. It's possible, so... Anyway.
Not probable, but it's possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
May be able to tie your backstory and somebody else's together. If you've
This is what I said!
If both you and the person beside you at the table have allowed room for a mysterious, person who has caused the ruination of your character or their family or, whatever it may be.
Ruination is a great word. It needs to be used more.
and then the GM pulls back the curtain and reveals it was the same bad guy. Now you and this character all of a sudden have a really close bond, at least insofar as you share a mutual hatred and desire to...
Hatred is a very strong thing to bond over.
Yeah, it is. It's great.
I have bonded with some, like, unexpected people over my hatred of certain things.
Well, I mean, yeah.
It's great.
If you have a shit manager, you kind of know that.
Yeah.
I was literally going to say, like, how half my coworkers are... I consider them my friends because we have bonded over how much we hate, like, our work.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Person, creature to justice. Something that you might not have been able to do if you told your GM, this is who it is, this is what they did, this is how I want it to shake down, all these things that your character might not necessarily know, but you have decided in your backstory. Mm-hmm. Next, in-game, your character should be asking the rest of the party about themselves, their backstories. Ask where they got that cool weapon or where they got trained in this weird fighting style that they have. Ask how they got that scar. Ask, why they always carry around a crumpled letter, with an old seal on it. Whatever sort of things that they might introduce to themselves or the GM may point out about them, ask. Tug on those threads, see what's going on. They may not always be ready to share, and that's okay, but just showing that you're interested with your character, not just the person, but the character as well, is going to get them thinking about your character and what they might say next time your character asks, or might think, well, they're asking about this thing and I wonder about that. I guess now's a good time to ask them about their weird thing that I'm curious about.
Yes.
Good.
It's a good point. It is.
Yeah.
I also appreciate the fact that he made the distinction of not just you out of game, right? You as a person that are already interested in that stuff. You need to have your character also do that if you want to strengthen that bond further. Obviously, again, one of those things that'll take time, take experience, take practice with, like, presenting yourself as your character to do if you're newer. Even if you're new, you can still easily just go, "Hey, what the fuck is up with that? That's pretty cool," right? It's like a universal thing of just being curious. Obviously, if you're playing Edgeman McEdgerson, Lord of Edge, who really is just in this party to get a job done and doesn't care about anybody else, you're gonna have a little bit of a harder time. Which is why I would suggest at least trying to have them be less like that in some respect.
I'm a professional.
I'm the world's greatest detective.
It's just one job, and then after this, I'm never speaking to any of you again.
God damn it, I'm too old for this. I gotta come out of retirement.
That's right. So, it's just one of those things you gotta worry about that if that's the trope, obviously. But yeah, I mean, not much more to add to that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Good job. Good point.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. It's okay when there's
and
not
don't be
much
afraid to take the initiative.
A good point has been made.
It's true.
It's a fairly basic point.
It is, but again, this feels like it's for newer people, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and honestly, given some of the misses that I've seen,
oh god, it's so far above. Oh
yeah.
Oh
yeah.
The fact that there is a hit at all is like
nice,
beautiful.
Yeah,
fucking heavens, giving us mana.
Anytime your GM is telling you that there's downtime, ask a question. If you're traveling, say, "Hey GM, while we're traveling, can I ask, this person this question, whatever."
No,
and again,
you
that's
can't.
true.
This is why the fuck are you interrupting my traveling?
You're not allowed to speak.
You blinked and now we're there, okay? Yeah, that's something as well of like finding time to actually interact, right?
Yeah.
Finding a good moment to do so, and like traveling is great. Like before you go to bed, when you're going out to eat, right? Like all of those very mundane things that we do in general as people in real life, just use those as opportunities to engage in conversation, right?
Yeah.
When you're in the middle of a fight, usually, or you're on some sort of thing where you kind of need to pay attention to what you're doing, usually, you don't do that, obviously. Usually. Sometimes you can.
But the thing is, those times when you get to do that, that's magic.
Yeah, sometimes it does work out, right? Again, everything is like, it's situational, right? And it's going to take some time before, like, and the other thing is with your group, you might not have that instant chemistry, right? And that might build over time the more you play with them, so that you can kind of understand how each other acts, even in character, right? You can see where they're going with their train of thought, and kind of play off that. It's the beauty of this hobby, right? You can kind of learn to understand people a little bit more. Very cool. I'm too old for this. I'm 19. And time to head home. Have a good drive.
The shonen trope of like showing a fully grown man and be like, I'm 17 years old.
Hi, Jojo.
That's right. Yes, exactly.
In real life, whether they are bank tellers or dragon slayers, people like to talk about themselves, and that gets them to open up and gets them to engage, and they tend to naturally after that reach back out and want to reciprocate that engagement. And it is sort of a selfish thing subconsciously, because you have value to them now because you are showing that they have value, and everyone, it's just a sort of, little lizard part of our brain.
Boo, this is literally also one of your points. The selfish
thing. What was it? Sorry, I shot a man.
You're good. This is a little bit of a selfish thing to get people to care about each other. Legitimately, this is one of the things that you said.
Yeah, no, because because you're 100% trying to manipulate somebody else, but you're only doing it so that you can have a better experience.
Yeah.
And at the same time, if they are, they're trying to do the same thing, they're also manipulating you.
Yeah. So like, I'm surprised about the point coming up, honestly. Very interesting to me. Good job.
Yeah.
Good job,
Thank you.
Collective Arcana and Boo, obviously. Okay, I don't need to give you affirmation. Fuck you.
Yeah, that's true.
It's Valentine's Day. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, don't threaten me with a good time.
Cycle of value for value for value for value. Finally, be a cheerleader. Sorry, we have a cat. Be a cheerleader. Even the most gruff...
It's good that you apologize for having a cat. I'm very offended that you have a cat.
Hardened veteran is still going to acknowledge when someone in their group is doing a good job, is helping them succeed at their goals, and is pulling their weight and being part of a team. And that can be not necessarily just in pure combat. That can be out of combat. That can even be, just being a friendly shoulder for somebody else, another character who's going through something. And you can literally, just say, my character gives you an appreciative nod or a look, just something with their eyes. You don't even have to have this character start gushing or, whatever. I'm not saying act out of character, but rather than saying, oh, my character wouldn't do this, say, how would my character do this? Instead of saying,
ooh, yeah, no, I like that as a saying. Just like in the sense of like doing something that seems slightly out of character. If it was something that my character would do, how would my character do it?
Can I hear that again real quick?
Sure. It's a simple thing, but I just
it's simple. That's why I want to know the wording.
And is pulling their weight and being part of a team. And that can be not necessarily just in pure combat. That can be out of combat. That can even be, just being a friendly shoulder for somebody else, another character who's going through something. And you can literally, just say, my character gives you an appreciative nod or a look, just something with their eyes. You don't even have to have this character start gushing or, whatever. I'm not saying act out of character, but rather than saying, oh, my character wouldn't do this, say, how would my character do this? Instead of saying, they wouldn't do it, say, this is how they would do it. It might be more subtle. It might be less direct, less obvious.
I like that. And I am totally going to steal that. Collective Arcana, I am stealing that, and I'm going to pass it off as my own. I am going to plagiarize you.
But with your voice, so it'll never be written down.
Unfortunately, you will never receive any royalty.
No, it's good advice.
Earned them, though you may have.
Yeah, no, it is a very, like, it also, instead of it being like, it's what my character would do, right? It gives it a little bit more depth of, this is how my character would do this thing, right? Gives it a little bit more to think about, because just, like, this is what my character would do is the meme excuse, right? But kind of giving it that more thought behind it would mean that maybe you're not doing something that's shitty a lot of the time. It seems like it could be universal, not just for this purpose, right? Which is good. I'm glad that it's, again, a lot of good points, and I'm happy. I don't know what this feeling is.
It's very strange. It's very uncommon.
I don't like it.
It's less, sort of stereotypical ways that somebody might tell somebody a good job, but you can still tell them a good job. And that's important because, again, hopefully at your table, everyone is supportive of each other and excited about each other's, when the dice are rolling and everything's going well. But if not, you can sort of lead that charge, and you can say, hey, good job on this. And out of character, that's good. In character, it's even better because, again, whenever you're using your in-character voice and saying in-character things, you're encouraging other people to do the same. You're making them feel less awkward about it.
Yeah, that's true.
And you're just sort of leading this role play by example. And that's very important. Even at tables with experienced players, someone still has to sort of step out and take that first step. And oftentimes, an in-combat, in-character, good job is a great starting point if you are too nervous to do anything else.
The thing that I can see that could happen potentially is well, I guess if we're going for younger players first, you should probably do things that are more noticeable in their phrase, right? So saying good job out loud and like actually showing noticeable appreciation, I guess, is probably going to work and get them more comfortable with doing more subtle things, because the more subtle things require a lot more interpretation, which can, again, over time and experience with the group, even you might just have that chemistry already and be good, right? Even if you just do like a slight nod, right? I look at you. The thing about these kinds of describing what your character is doing, you can kind of use adverbs as well to really just drive that point home. I look at you approvingly, right?
Yeah.
Which is a little metagamey every time I hear it, right? When somebody uses an adverb in what their action is, because I'm like, sometimes that's obvious, sure. Sometimes you use it in a way that's a little more ridiculous, and I'm like, oh, okay. Thank you for telling me what that means, when in no way would I have gotten that from that action. Thank you, I guess. I flip
you off approvingly.
Exactly, right? So, and sometimes it's just funny to do stuff like that, right? Like that would be funny in a game like what we've been doing. But to be fair, we've played with each other for a long time, and it's a joke, right? And we would get that and such. But I have been in games where it's like, I want to look at you with a look that says, that, right, that's like stuff like that, where they like describe the full
I want to give you a look that communicates, hey, there's a sniper up there, and you need to move 30 paces to the right, duck behind the rock, throw a flashbang, and let me proceed.
Right, exactly.
What the fuck look is that?
That's the hyperbolic, like, super one, right? But, like, something along those lines to at least a lesser degree, where it's like, thank you for that. I have no idea how. Do you know what that looks like? Because I certainly don't. Thank you for telling me that that's existing, I guess. Mm-hmm. And like it's fine if that's how you're playing at your table. It's just one of those things where you notice it after a while sometimes when you're with some groups. But I think it's also one of those things of like learning, I guess, more of a. It also would. Sorry, I'm not finishing my thoughts. It's learning more of how body language is in general, like in real life, to kind of get you to get that point. So I guess study up, idiot, and then it also allows, if you kind of make your things at least not vague to a degree of like not meaning anything, but vaguer to a point of like trying to show that you're trying to convey something. And then the DM could, if they can pick up on it, this is the thing as well, you kind of have to rely on that aspect. But if the DM can pick up on it, maybe calling for rolls, right? Of like insight, or some relevant skill that might be pertaining to what they're trying to do. And that can kind of get more interaction, at least with associating the role play with the mechanics to kind of integrate that even more. So I don't know. Yeah.
Great thing about these 3 little changes are that they're not just going to affect you and your character. They're going to affect the whole...
I saw that. Go, your character here. If they can't do it, no one can. Cheerleading. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah.
Whole table. They're going to make everybody feel a little more comfortable role-playing. They're going to make everybody feel a little more connected to each other. You know, simply by your character asking questions and telling people a good job in character, it's really going to open things up, and it's going to make the whole table experience better for everybody. And when everybody is more invested in each other's characters, that means the GM has more to work with in terms of narrative, more threads they can pull. You know, if no one cares what happened to, you know, so-and-so's parents, then it's probably not necessarily going to get a big, long arc. But if everybody's invested, if everybody's having a good time because they're invested, even though it's got nothing to do with their character, and it's, you know, hammering home on one person's character, that's great. The GM can run with that and can tell a more, narrative, more emotional, potentially, story for the team, while still just everybody sitting around playing dice. So it's just a win-win. And not only are you going to be gelling in roleplay, it's also going to speed up how quickly you start working as a team and figuring out the good strategies. Because again, you know, if everybody knows, you know, where everybody's at and what, you know, what's working, you know, if you're telling people when hey, that's great, do more of that, that helps me out, because then they're going to know the value of that. Because a lot of times, especially early on with a character, if people aren't seeing immediate value in something that they do, they may not keep doing it. And oftentimes, especially in a support-heavy game like Pathfinder 2nd Edition, where teamwork is so important, if somebody isn't seeing an obvious payoff for themselves early on, they may stop using an ability. And maybe it helped you out a lot, or potentially could have helped you out a lot.
Yeah, there's a clear benefit to wording mechanics from a game into a way that it works in world, right? In the game. You don't necessarily have to call it by whatever its actual name is, but like when you go and you shove the guy over here with that spell of that, it's like claps like thunder, like makes my ears hurt every time. But every time you do that and you put them in this position right next to me before I, get to do my thing, man, it's great.
Yeah, and that's also one of the things where you're having your character act based on what you how you think the player will act.
Yeah.
But there's nothing keeping you from going, hey, Chris, when you did that thunderclap, that was awesome.
Yeah.
So, like, you don't even necessarily have to mention it, like, in game.
No, it's true. It's absolutely something you can do outside of game, just to do some metagaming thing. It's because a little bit is fine, you know. You don't have to worry about it to the super extent that every single fucking scare tactic video tries to get you to do. But you know, I think that you can even as long as it's plausible that you talked about it in character at some point.
Exactly. If
right.
You've had a bit of downtime.
Yeah.
Strategize.
Yeah. So like something like that could happen while you're traveling. Like it's just something you noticed in the last battle and you talked about it a bit. Like it's very, very easy. And my example is more just if you want to try to, I guess, familiarize and open up that dialogue in game to kind of open up the door to more in-game conversation, you can do it that way. But again, there's no wrong way to do it, you know. So,
and you know, by not saying anything, they don't realize how much it was helping you, so they never do it again, and now they're never helping you. So it's really good to do that. And again, maybe you're already doing that out of game, but if you are, try doing it in game and in character. Make sure that bard knows that even though you maybe still missed, them spending that action to give you that +1 was really helpful to you. And, and that's going to give them, even if they didn't necessarily accomplish anything big on their turn, they're still going to feel good about it. Everybody's going to feel better about what they're doing. Everybody's going to have higher energy and bring more energy and investment to it. And again, just going to keep cycling, snowballing, and improving the game. Those are my 3 tips. Follow them, and maybe, just maybe, your character will be less of an island, less of an edgelord for themselves type character, and maybe they and the whole party at large will start to really feel more like a team a lot faster than they otherwise would. Hopefully these are helpful for you. Down in the comments, if you have any other tips for increasing that party interaction and making a character more likable without necessarily having to change completely who they are, from an overall, elevator pitch type of thing, let us know down in the comments. Come hang out in our Discord server as well. We'd love to have you over there. We talk about this sort of thing all the time. And then, if you haven't already, if you like this video, go ahead and hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. It really helps us out so much. And the more you like, the more you subscribe, the more you share, the more people see it, the more we know what type of content you like to see and that you want to see, and we know what to make more of. So thanks so much for watching. Welcome to the Collective. I'm Wyatt, and we'll see you next time. Bye.
Thank you, Wyatt.
It is a rare treat that we have a video like this.
Yeah, and I'm glad that this one was like this with how our first showing of the channel was. How disappointing that one was, at least. But yeah, that's a good video. I would send this to people. Like, actually would.
So yeah.
Yeah.
If I knew someone who was just getting started with D&D, I'd absolutely send this as well.
Yeah. So I get the titling and stuff, but the titling is why I put it in the list for things that we could talk about at some point. And it's not necessarily bad clickbait. It actually it does have to do with it. So good job, you did it. I understand. Good job. I'm just glad it's a good video at the end of the day. Yeah. So again, that's Collective Arcana. The link will be in the description. So do check out the video on its own if you want to actually listen to it fully without us talking about random bullshit and taking how long has it been? An hour and almost 2 hours on a 15-minute video. So highly recommend. Go look at things yourself. Anyway. Let's see. I mean, everyone should know this stuff at the start of the game, am I right? I mean, so again, this depends on, I feel like this is made for new people. Brand fucking new. So, but most people do at this point, I would say, that have been in the hobby for a long time. Yeah. Video gets a B from me. That's fair. Sure. Yeah. A badger that looked like a skunk walked out in front of my car and stopped. Nice. I hope that it didn't cause you any trouble after just stopping there. Didn't go after your car. It's a badger. It could do anything.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's the first video done. In our Valentine's caring themed thing. So let's take a moment to do the thing that we do in the middle of the thing. That is talking about chilling
Yes.
and shouting out. So there is a part of this in which you could give us money. It's true. I know it's a novel concept that you could give us money.
Yeah.
What even does that mean? Well, it means that you take your money that you earned, that you can do whatever you want with, and give it to us for the show. You don't have to do that. Let me preface.
Should. But you don't have to.
let me continue to insist. You don't have to do that. But if you want to be like one of these people on our Patreon, well, hey, the link to our Patreon is in the description. You can also find us by searching TableTalk Discussion and Discourse, or TableTalk DND with just an N, not an and, or an ampersand, because and you can go find us, and you can pledge to the Patreon for as little as $1 a month. Still helps, regardless. But you don't get a shout out; you just get shown. That's all. So that being said,
you get to feel as disappointed as we feel every time we get that $1.
Oh god damn it!
Yep.
Shut up. No.
For our tier 1 sub, I'm kidding. I hope you know that.
I'm sure he does. Okay. So, from the top, of course, we have in our tier 4s a big thank you to Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Rick, aka Unit Rico, Slazer, and Steely. Big preach. Thank you all for giving us $15 every month.
Man,
What
what have you been doing with that money, huh?
Hoarding it like a dragon.
Okay.
How do you get so much money? Are you a drug dealer?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. What are you doing? How do you get $15 every month? Tell me. Wait, you give it to me. Shit. Anyway, also a thank you, a big thank you to Drake Cross in our tier 3. Appreciate you with that $10. Appreciate you. And then of course, in our tier 2, a shout out, of course, to Chris, Frozen Spaghetti, and Star Baron Lux. Thank you for those $5. What are you doing? And of course, a thank you to our tier 1 contributor. Appreciate you all. You don't have to do this, but it is very much welcome. Big thanks. Have you ever thought about a Devils and Dice t-shirt? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we have. Many a time.
It's only in my dreams every night.
Yeah. So it's just
have.
one of those things that we would have to find an artist that would really capture what we're looking for, and getting that all set up, right? Which absolutely could happen. In the future.
It takes a certain level of skill to capture Boris's greasiness.
That's true. That is true.
That's the primary reason why.
Oh
Yeah. Of course. Speaking
I don't
of,
think they actually make a thing yet that would like just perpetually drip grease out of the shirt.
That's true.
I don't think they make those
Not
yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Technology's getting there.
One day we will have our miracle.
Mm.
Speaking of t-shirts,
closest we have is a shirt with tiny little pump.
Yeah.
Pumps out vegetable oil.
and that's just not enough for us, so we haven't commissioned that yet.
Yeah.
So we'll get there.
Mm.
Gotta
walk around with a backpack with like fucking 2 liters just filled with bacon grease, and then just occasionally like pump secret pumps.
Yeah.
The current closest equivalent is to put on like just a brown shirt and take like a messenger bag full of like lint and dog hair and shit. And then like every half hour or so find a KFC to duck into just so you can roll around on their floor.
Right.
And like
yes.
up all the grease.
Yeah.
And then reach into your bag and put on handfuls of lint all over yourself.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Boris is kind of gross, huh?
Yeah.
It's fucking disgusting.
I don't know what gave you that idea.
And if he's in hell, he probably smells like singed gross.
Yeah. Anyway, speaking of t-shirts, you can go over to TeePublic and get a shirt or something else of merchandising that has the logo of the podcast on it. Good stuff that they make. I have a few things you have heard about it at this point, and if you haven't, well then go watch another episode, silly. Anyway, good stuff.
Turn on that fucking autoplay.
Yeah. It probably will play something else, unfortunately, but you know.
Nah. In the scenario that I have built for myself, they watch our content enough that we just flood their recommendations. Their YouTube home is filled with nothing but our videos.
I see. We are the only subscription they have. I understand. I understand.
They have an account set aside specifically for.
What a horrible time.
I really hope that's none of our listeners.
Right.
Unless, of course, you're a contributor to our Patreon. In which case, it makes sense, and you're really smart.
Anyway,
did you know that we double the Patreon rewards for people who donate on 2 different accounts?
No. Thank you for the purposes of that. That is a joke.
No, technically we do because we will shout out both accounts.
That's. But we would never condone that.
I do not condone that. Do
No.
not do that.
Do not do that.
Unless you're like super rich.
No. If you were super rich and you want to give us more money.
If Elon Musk right now is watching, we could use some of your money.
You can
we'll
just
go to Mars.
You can just give it to our PayPal directly.
If you are rich and you donate to our Patreon, I'll eat you last.
That's true. That is true. Anyway.
Or first, honestly, dealer's choice.
So, if you get stuff on TeePublic, a percentage of it goes to the artist who made our logo. So do that, and you can help support an artist even, as well. Anyway. Other than that, of course, we do have our dice that are still $25. They will become $15. I know it's been months, but they will. I promise you this. I want to make a funny meme video.
Oh.
I just want to make a funny
that's right.
Meme
yeah,
video.
No, that's the only reason why.
Yeah, that's the only reason why they're not. And again, if you don't want to buy them at $25, don't.
If you want us to lower our costs, then make your voice heard. You, the people, by donating to our Patreon.
God damn it.
For the sell the dice cheaper tier.
Put it on Twitter. Get it trending.
It costs $15. It's a single It's a single purchase. So now Alejo quickly reduced the price of the dice by $15 now, and then we'll be good.
I see.
We'll make the tier I donated to this so I can get the dice cheaper, and then if you're in that tier, you get the dice for $10.
Okay. Anyway, so you don't have to buy the dice now if you don't want to. That's the point. You're fine. All right.
Yeah.
And then, Jesus Christ, the amount of scum that I feel that is just churning around.
My powers of shilling are tearless.
I notice. So other than that, of course, you can use our link in the description to go to Humble Bundle, and anything you purchase on the site, regardless of what it is, will be able to support us, as well as Tabletop Alliance, a charity that also has a link in the description for you to learn more about them. So yeah, at the moment, let's see what bundles are going on right now that I would highly recommend. Oh, of course, so you want to try out Pathfinder by Paizo bundle that has 6 days left or 8 days left on recording. It's too small on my screen. It's an 8. 8 days left on it to get a bunch of good Pathfinder shit. Literally everything you'd need, and some adventures even too. So go for it. And then, of course, the 10 days left on it, the RPG Worlds by Kobold Press and Friends bundle. Go look at that, because Kobold Press and Friends do good fucking work, and they deserve their money. There's also Valentine's things right now, like hentai games, apparently, from Sakura, so that's neat. They're not great, so I wouldn't recommend them. Anyway, yeah. Happy Valentine's Day. Get fucked. So, we'll move on. This next video, as I said in the beginning, is also about caring. But this time around, this is about caring about a campaign. These are apparently easy changes. Hold on.
So let's be honest.
I don't want to be honest right now. I'm going to be presentative. Presentative? That's the word, I think. I don't know. These are easy changes to help players invest in your campaign by J. Martin.
Gotta make that scratch.
Play your role. What?
Invest in the campaign.
Yes.
Money.
You gotta just go and buy it, I guess.
You pay for the campaign, please.
That's right. So I want to say that the actual thumbnail to this is actually a little different than this. And I want to look at it really quick because I don't know what it is. YouTube thumbnail viewer. Because I know there's a site that you can just put in a thing. Yeah, there it is. What is this? Oh. Okay. Weird. So the thumbnail for this video is like X through the map for a world, I guess. That has they don't care about this as the big thing. I see. The clickbait. Okay. Now, I suppose let's start off with saying, easy ways to get people to be invested in your campaign is to, tailor it to your players in the beginning. You might have something already prepared, obviously, but changes can be made, and I think that it should be, okay. And looked at as a thing that you can do that is a good thing at times to change around ideas and put in things that make it so that your players are more tied in. Whether it be that they lost their father to some guy and then that guy is some guy in the campaign now. You know, simple things like that, or maybe even rewriting things, because honestly, just because you made it doesn't mean that it can't be rewritten. You will always have that copy.
Yes.
So also back up your things.
Yes.
Because you should.
Mhm.
But yeah, I guess what other easy changes do you think that might be talked about in this video, guy?
Hopefully, I'm gonna hope that he brings up if you're running something like a mystery or something like that, or there's a clue that needs to be found. If they miss the clue, you could hopefully transplant it to somewhere else that also fits.
Absolutely necessary. Sure.
Yeah.
Honestly, there is no easy way to do this because it will change drastically based upon your players
Also,
and how much of a rapport you have with them as like their DM. But if you make an arc or even just a session that speaks to one of your players' personal interests, so example being, Boo's fucking mech fight.
yeah.
That I was so fucking about. If you find something that like find a couple things that for each of your players and then work around remixing each of them so that there's always something that someone cares about.
Yeah. Let's see. Before we start, a couple of things here. What I'm doing is giving you just enough money to get you to read the crazy names I come up with. That's fair. That is totally fair, Lux. Oh, well played. Say it with me, kids. Dice is life. Aiden would definitely agree.
I had one of the things I did to treat myself was I bought my 47th set of dice.
Jesus Christ.
Nice.
That's really good. Nice.
Did you only have? Is that the first metal set of dice that you have?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
Not even the 5th.
Okay.
By the way, if you don't make a Tharnanar shirt, you're leaving money on the table. Just spitballing. Oh, don't worry, that's already been talked about.
Yeah, no, that was going to be one of them.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to be one. All right. Let's see what's easily changed, boys.
So let's be honest, making a setting feel unique is really difficult. And the reason for that is because there are so many settings and they begin to all sort of blend together. They have magic, they have ecosystems. When you take into consideration the one...
Like everything. If it's fantasy, I guess. But ecosystems is more broad.
Yeah, it has ecosystems, it has magic.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Okay. I guess example, sure.
that people really consider to be unique, they're generally just something that's missing something from the usual consistency. Oh, in my setting, magic doesn't really exist and it's very rare. Or in my setting, the ecological or the political system looks like this because of magic. It doesn't end up feeling very unique.
Wait. How is that missing something?
But it does, though.
Well, no, he's saying that it is missing something from the common stuff. So, like, regular D&D, it's high fantasy, high magic.
Okay.
And so your setting is technically missing the magic. It's just that.
Well,
it's just kind of a weird way to...
With that second one, it's like magic caused my my government to become this. It's like, how is that missing anything? I don't understand what that means.
Yeah, no, that one wasn't.
Yeah. The first one, that makes more sense. But like, and also, yeah, they feel unique because they are technically like, I don't know why. I don't think I need to say this, and I don't think that this is. I guess if this ever needs to be said, but like the way that I'm gonna run a world that has the same elements as something that Boo or Aiden would do is gonna be unique to me.
Yeah.
Because I am me.
Yeah, and the other thing is that a lot of people who are like creating a setting or creating a world, they hopefully realize that they will never be 100% original, but they're still gonna try to not, most of them anyway, are going to try to not just say, my world is literally just Middle Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's no difference.
Yeah.
They will at least try.
I at least said literally my world is Tamriel, so fuck you.
That's fair. Well, the thing is, that's different because you're setting it in that world.
Yes.
You are running an Elder Scrolls campaign.
Yes.
If I was running a Faerun campaign, it would be set in Faerun.
Faerun, yeah, exactly. I guess
if you're trying to make your own setting to have, if you're trying to make your own setting, you will at least try to be somewhat original or somewhat different. And that alone is usually enough.
Yeah. Because
it does at least show that you're trying, and you will eventually hit on something that actually is, if not 100% original, is at least memorable and fairly unique.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And I guess the feeling like it's unique is something that's personal, right?
Yeah.
Somebody might have played a game that had something very similar, and so that doesn't feel unique to them, but it feels unique to somebody else.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna do, right?
You can't do anything.
Yeah. So why even talk about it being unique to get them to invest? It just needs to be interesting, right? And at that point, that's also something that's very subjective, right? But I guess, like you said, memorable, also subjective, right? But regardless, it's the situations that you're coming up with, and the uniqueness is the players and the person running it, right? That's what really is going to determine what is memorable, unique, interesting, all of that stuff. So you've already got the element there at your table, and the world itself is going to bend to your will, really. Yes. So regardless of how quote unquote unique it is, the experience that you all are creating together is unique in itself. On that note, am I wrong to feel kind of gross about the idea of paid DMing, like paid by the players, not a company? I don't think it's wrong to feel that way.
Yeah,
I think it's fine. It is strange to me, but I think that it doesn't, there's nothing against it in any respect that is unless you're being a piece of shit, just taking money and not actually doing the game.
Yeah, then then obviously that's bad, but that's not necessarily a problem with the practice.
No, exactly, right? It's all about the individuals, I guess. And most of the time, I assume they run good games, and if they don't, you just stop paying for it.
Yeah.
So
and then you spread the word so that nobody else will do it either.
Yeah, exactly. It's the whole thing of it being a part of the fucking free market or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think there's anything, again, inherently wrong with it, but I totally understand, and I'm totally fine with people being like, yeah, but I don't feel good about it, right?
Yeah.
It's yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. As long as I'm having fun in the world, that's what matters most to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's what should matter the most, honestly.
And a lot of times when I'm creating a setting or a world, I basically just want to I want to be able to put a dot on a map and have the people say, that sounds interesting, let's go there.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to kind of get people curious. And that's pretty much enough for me.
Yeah. Middle Faerun reel.
Yikes.
And on the flip side, you can go too far. You make everything feel so unique that nobody knows what's going on anymore. So how do you get...
What?
Good luck with that.
Wait, what's an example of that?
The only thing that comes to mind would be something like Limbo.
I guess, but I still understand how that works.
Exactly.
To a degree.
So even that's not really a good example.
Guess, so here's the thing, right? Whatever you make that is totally unique. Let's say that instead of telling time by numbers, they tell time by the amount of beans in a cup. that just fall from a grain silo because it's a grain silo now that produces beans magically. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And it empties the bag and stuff. I don't know, man. It's a jar. Yeah. You can see in it. You can count the beans. All right.
Yeah.
And it's bean o'clock. All right. And
it's hard to fucking. By the time it's like, oh, it's a jar full of beans. Let's see if it can hold like 30 on the bottom, and then there's multiple levels.
People are doing that every day.
30, like, you know, you gotta do some real fucking like trigonometry and algebra and bullshit.
Right. But regardless, right? That's how they tell time. Okay. Totally unique to somebody, sure.
Yeah.
It still has rules, and you still understand, like, if they're explained to you, you'll understand how that works. It might not be something that's intuitive, but it is something that can be understood, right? Especially if the sun also exists. And like there's a day-night cycle, and bean o'clock, half past bean means that it's like midday, right? Like I don't know, right? You can draw the equivalence, and it's unique in that respect. I don't know if there's something that I can point to that isn't just nonsense. That would be something that you can't necessarily just understand that is too unique, right? I don't think that is possible. So I would love an example, but he's already brushed past it. So I'm very, it's whatever. Let's just say it because it's good for the saying of it.
That buy-in from your players to really feel like they're playing in a unique and incredible world that they can invest in.
Being a clock.
Well, it's not easy, but there's a few simple tips that might get you closer than you think.
Oh.
Okay.
But if it's so easy, then why might it? Why doesn't it just?
Yeah.
Silly.
Honestly, when it comes to buying,
wait a minute!
one particular...
Go back! We love beans!
What? I was looking away.
Oh, and I was looking at it.
Wait. Oh my god.
I swear to God, I did not watch this video. I did not watch it before this.
I know.
What the fuck?
What the
Woo! I'm magic.
Why is that? Why?
I don't know. This has not been in any of his other videos that we've watched. I can tell you this for a fact. What is going on? Okay. That's amazing.
It was amazing.
That's
I noticed.
Wow, I'm so thankful you did. Holy shit.
Oh,
That's... Okay.
Well, you know what time it is.
It's bean o'clock, boys.
It's bean o'clock, baby.
Oh my god. Anyway,
okay.
They'll know what's going on if you tell them. Yes, exactly. That's my point. That's my whole point. Holy shit, it's the 5th tier of the jar. Dude, where do you have to be? Where have you been, young man? Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, when it comes to buy-in, there's one particular thing that you need to do. You need to get your players to know what it is that you're imagining.
Oh,
and
yeah. Okay. So
yeah,
like what you can do...
explain.
Explain the setting, yes.
Yeah, so then how is something too unique to be confusing enough to that point then? I don't...
Okay, guys, we're gonna play this campaign. I don't actually have any fucking idea where you are.
But it's
You're on the
unique.
ground, though.
Yeah.
I can give you that much.
And honestly, if you go that direction...
You're gonna run out of ground.
Yeah.
Maybe. Probably.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't, again, like, it's so ridiculous that I don't understand how.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Basis for that is usually finding something that they already know. I know that seems a little bit weird.
Yeah.
You want your players to have buy-in to your setting, you want it to feel unique, and so you give them something they already are familiar with, but that is exactly what you need to do to get your players to invest into something. I made a video about Spelljammer a little bit ago, and I talked about the fact that most people refer to Spelljammer as D&D, but as pirates in space. And that is exactly what it is. And Spelljammer is one of the most unique and easy to buy into concept I've ever seen, despite the fact that it's so far out there. And why is that? Well, it's because I know what it is. Pirates.
Okay, so even if you didn't know what pirates were, would you still be able to understand what it is? Like, I get that the whole point is to have something familiar to get them to invest in it more. I get that. I'm just wondering, like, as an aside, I guess, if you didn't know what pirates were, say you're a tiny bab, a wee bab, even, you never learned about pirates. Just it's not a thing that you've learned about yet, and you get introduced to this. And it's like, so as the parent of Weebab, you start explaining, like, what a pirate is, but not using the word pirate. You know? So, like, you could kind of get them to understand it. I guess you're associating it with other things, right? And you're just getting them to understand it. But I feel like if it's something that appeals to them, it will make them invested in it regardless. So... Anyway, it's just kind of a weird aside, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's... yeah.
Like, and so, like, I guess, my thing of beans, right? You have bean o'clock means this sun is over here, right? Like, it's the easiest way to do it because the sun exists.
Three beans past bean.
Exactly.
So is the sun a bean?
Yes, the sun is a giant. The sun is a giant bean. Yes.
The bright bean.
It's the bright bean. Yes. The holy bright bean.
The bright bean from which all other beans have descended.
So it would seem.
Okay. All right, that will literally like get us bad things, dude. Like, come on. I know you didn't, but like. Well, if you got away with it, I guess.
If it goes for less than 5 seconds.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
there you go.
Okay, it's fine.
I know what's going on with that, and I get excited for it because I immediately begin to think, ooh, what kind of character can I play in that world? What kind of monsters will we face? What's going to happen? And that's the main thing, and one of the largest problems that I've seen with most homebrew settings that people create. They go so far into creating the political systems, they go so far into trying to create the different ecological things that go on in the world. They try and make sure that magic feels unique, they try and make sure that the monsters feel unique, they try and make sure that there's
get on with it, please.
And it just goes over my head. And
Oh, well, that's just a problem with your comprehension.
Yeah, that's entirely a you problem.
Like, okay, so what I've been doing with my world and my campaign that I've been doing on Saturdays is I have this thing, and I explained it before. If you didn't catch it, it's the episode titled "Festive Actually World Building," and it's where I just kind of went into my world. And one of the things that happened in that is that the blight happened, which has started to corrupt.
Alejo, you already lost me.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm sorry.
Anyway, the blight happened.
Yeah, the blight happened. It started to corrupt living things, really everything in general, because it's a thing from another dimension, basically. The result of things from another dimension that have come through that shouldn't exist here.
Yes.
And the things that I've been putting my players against are blight spawn, which is a general term for a lot of things that have happened because of the blight. Now, I don't think that, I mean, I guess you can tell me what the equivalent is here to get you to understand what this is, but I had my first monster that they fought was, something that I coined the Amalgam, which is a, big fucking gooey mass thing that is, full of ichor and like... Ichor, it's both ways.
Yeah, it's both.
Is it both?
Yes.
Yeah, it could be Ichor or Ichor.
So I always read it as Ichor.
It might be.
And then the Trouble King told me it was Ichor.
It might be that it's a American versus English pronunciation.
Yeah, that too.
I don't know, but regardless, so it's an undulating mass of ichorous flesh that absorbs beasts all sorts of beasts, and uses different parts of every beast that it absorbs to defend itself, attack things, all that kind of stuff, right? So it's got boars in it, it's got bears in it, it's got deer in it, all that kind of shit.
Lions and tigers and bears.
Sure, yeah, except didn't get a lion or a tiger. So it was the first thing that I had them face, and as it did attacks, it would jut out different bits of things and pull things back in to jut out new things to fight with, using different attacks that are part of those beasts' move sets, if you will, in D&D. And it's probably not the most unique thing ever. A amalgamation of a bunch of different things that uses those things. But everybody kind of got it.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's like, it's a thing that's attacking you that has all those things that's a part of it. And I don't think it would go over anybody's head, but I don't know if any direct comparisons that I could make to go,
yeah,
do you know what this is? This is what this is.
It's kind of like this.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess, again, the concept of an amalgamation of something, I have to explain the concept, right? Not point to something that already does that. Now, is there something that does that in the world that has been created that I don't know of? Maybe. I don't know. And if there is, then I can point to that in future, I suppose, to make it easier for people. But to also put in political systems, ecosystems,
man, that just what?
And like, yeah, things that are literally just parts of a world that can
we already exist in.
Yeah, that can be explained as like very easily. And if you don't get it the first time, what you usually do is you ask clarification questions to understand it further. So I'm confused and I'm lost on how you are lost.
Yeah,
on how
weird.
These things work, because if I've made something so unique, quote unquote, in your definition, I suppose, that it is its own way to have magic work, to its own way to have a political system work, its own way for an ecosystem to work. And if I've done that and I guess I present it to you and you just ask no questions, I assume that you've gotten it.
Yeah.
Right?
Not to mention, this is like I was saying, these are things that already exist in the world.
Yeah.
And so I don't assume that, my political system is so far out of whack that it would be just completely incomprehensible.
Yeah. Like, magic doesn't exist in the world that we live in.
Yeah. That we know of.
That is provable. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
That is provable thus far.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So, but it's not a concept that is foreign, and is that because of the immense history that we have of magic being a part of our culture in many different ways, potentially, but also if you've made it unique to the point of it working differently than other things, again, you explained how it works, I assume, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
I thought so. I would imagine so, right? Again, things that are unique to the point of incomprehensible. Again, give me an example.
The only thing that even begins to make me lean that way would be something completely Lovecraftian. But I know that if something like a political system is incomprehensible to you, you're not going to be able to describe an incomprehensible Lovecraftian horror.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm sorry, but that's just...
No, you're right. It's just,
that is factually
it's
correct.
It's mundane compared to it.
Yes.
In fairness, Boo,
yeah,
a lot of things are really indescribable to. Actually, no, I retract my point, because I was gonna say Lovecraft didn't understand a lot of shit and still described horrors, but then I had every single time that he described the horrors as, quote, indescribable.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
And immediately I'm like,
yeah, exactly.
Because, like, even he
knew.
he was pretty good at it, but even he was like, sometimes, even I don't really know what the fuck I'm writing about.
It's something that would fucking, I don't know, fuck it. You get it.
Yeah. Like, whatever. You get the picture.
It's a creature that had tangents as part of its biology, I think.
Yeah.
Something like
I think. Yeah. So, let's see. I mean, I have always been wait, what? Oh, a sand hourglass kind of guy, but the bean jar has potential. Thank you.
And see, the other thing that's getting me is it's the political system thing.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Like,
it's a weird thing to say.
Oh, a lot of people, if you ask them what a kingdom is, they kind of know that it's like, oh, it's ruled by a king and or queen, and they're in charge. And they have like princes and princesses who are, their kids.
Yeah.
And when they die, the prince becomes the king.
Yeah.
If you have an empire, it's like, oh man, you've got an emperor or an empress who does kind of the same thing, except it's way bigger.
Yeah, over multiple kingdoms.
Yeah, and they're kind of in charge of other kingdoms. And then if you start saying democracy, well, that's elected people.
Yeah.
And the people get to choose who's in charge.
They get into oligarchy.
Yeah. Like, this is the thing is, all of these systems exist of government, right?
Yeah.
And we haven't created one that's not like any of them.
Exactly.
Right. So
and I challenge you to create a workable political system that is so far removed from any of those that it's completely unrecognizable.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not going to happen. That's not how it works.
It's not how it works. Until we meet the fucking aliens that have higher concepts than us, right? Like, that use something that we have no idea exists.
Until you literally discover a hive mind.
Yeah.
Or something that thinks different than us.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen.
And even a hive mind we can understand to a degree.
Yeah.
Like,
because I mean, hell, we almost have those kinds of weird, like, fish schooling behaviors in like flocks of birds and schooling fish and bugs.
Yep.
So, it's a very strange thing to be caught up on.
Yeah, it's, again, all of his examples so far have been bad. For like counterpoints of like, this is something that's too much. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
If he means that it's too complex to be understood easily,
then that's fair.
That's a different point.
Exactly.
Right? Like, I can understand that, sure. It just requires a lot of explaining and understanding of what the concepts are, right? And that just requires some time. Again, seems to be the same case for your original point, but it's if that's what you mean, then I suppose I can agree with you. But I don't know.
Yeah, we don't even
know. The words
that
you used mean something else. Maybe I could use a loop hero setting. The world was erased, and it will be recreated one piece at a time as the heroes restore it. Yeah.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
I like that.
I think of the jar having 6 tiers or so, with the 6th tier being close to midnight before the jar starts over, as the great bright bean in the sky foretold. Yeah, exactly. You can go places with beans, all right?
Yeah. Why do you think they call them bean counters?
Yeah, wow. But Alejo, everyone knows when you get a golden bean under your pillow, you are the king. That's true. That's true. I suppose colors are indescribable. Yeah, I mean, technically, yes.
That's fair.
Yeah. no one sees the same color. Like, it's hard. Like, you can't. There's no way to prove that everybody's seeing the same color.
Yes.
Until
There's
we get those
actually a
chips
name
in our
for
heads.
There's actually a name for those kinds of things that are just understood but cannot be communicated. They're called qualia.
Ah, yeah, qualia. I remember
Yes.
that word. Yeah.
For example, describe pain to something that has never
Right.
felt nor can feel pain.
Yes, exactly. It
Yeah,
hurts.
it's
Oh, what does that
It's
mean?
impossible. Yeah,
Right,
what does
yeah.
that mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to describe it with itself, and it's like, it's just a concept that we understand.
Yes.
Home now. I'm going to listen on my phone and type on my computer. Woo!
All right.
All right.
I wish I could. I wish I could listen and type at the same time.
I can sometimes. It depends on the day.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Know that this is the case for a lot of players, and it goes over your head specifically because it's just too much. There's no basis. There's nothing to relate to in that. And
No, what? No, what?
No.
No. That's not because there's nothing to relate to. No, what? I swear that it's probably it is most likely impossible for you to be unable to relate to any concept that a human being can create.
Yeah.
I
Right?
I honestly don't think that there's anything that you cannot relate to. We can understand each other. We're all the same, like, deep down.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm pretty sure that we can all understand what some things are when we describe them to each other. It might not give you, like, you might not have experienced something to relate to just yet that is, like what I've been saying with my monster that I created. There might be something out there that's the same thing, right? Because somebody else could understand and create that without ever knowing that I did. So... fucking, you're wrong. Just straight up.
And that's why it's so important for player buy-in to get something that you're familiar with. Let me give an example. I once ran a game that was, well, Western themed. And the way that I did that was I created this. This right here is what I like to refer to as a campaign pitch. This is a brief description of the campaign. This is a brief description of the type of things that they can expect, and then a mood board. And the mood board specifically I find to be so important because the visuals of that help people really understand what it is that we're looking at.
Yeah, no, this is good. This is a good thing to do. Yeah, sure.
I don't really understand the concept of needing a pitch for the campaign, but I do like the artwork for it to, like, give the mood. That's absolutely great.
I think honestly, it's just another way to ask somebody if they want to play in your campaign, right? Because
I guess, but
like it's just a more visual way to do it instead of just telling
Oh,
somebody.
I know. I mean the not the artwork. I mean, like, the text. Like,
no, that's what I'm saying. Even the text is a more visual medium to get somebody to understand it more, because some people are more like visual learners than auditory, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. It's just kind of weird because it's like, if I say, hey guys, you want to play a fucking Western campaign, like Western fantasy? I think all of you kind of know what you'd be getting into,
Yeah.
At least in terms of, like, the stereotypes. It was like cowboys, and bandits. We're robbing trains. We're fishing. We're hunting. We're making. We're buying medicine. Maybe we're buying guns and gear and. We're treasure hunting and stuff.
I would imagine so, and I think that these are probably made for more specific things, right?
That's okay. You know what? That's fair.
Yeah. So, like, I think that it has its place. It's just it and honestly, it could be for less specific things too, just for if you're trying to pitch this to somebody who's never seen a Western for some reason, or anything like that.
So, or someone who just doesn't know what a Western entails.
We could give this to an alien and they'd be like, whoa, that's weird. Cool, let's do it.
It helps them understand what I'm going for. They see this and go, oh, I know that it's a desert-themed Western. We're going to go into a town and there's going to be probably a crooked sheriff somewhere, or we're going to have to fight off some bandits. They know what to expect and find a way to invest in that for themselves. And that really helps me pitch the campaign to them because they know what it is that they're getting into. And that means they...
Sorry, I'm like half falling asleep. I'm probably gonna like leave.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
But if I am understanding this correctly,
Mhm.
he's saying that you have to have a visual pitch to show to your players.
It feels that way, yeah. I don't know because I don't think so.
gives demandment vibes.
Yeah, a little bit.
Maybe your players need to have a bit of art in order to muster a bit of interest. Like, don't get me wrong. Yes, this would help players invest in your campaign if you show them a piece of sick ass artwork. But you seem to have forgotten the first title of your video, which is Easy Change.
Yeah, that's true. Easy.
I am not an artician.
This is true.
All right.
Neither am I.
Well, so even if you look at this,
I am a chemist. The most I have to draw are hexagons and the occasional pentagon, square, or triangle.
I want to even point out, because I think I know, well, at least I know of a thing that you can use to do what he's done, which is create something that looks like it came out of a D&D book. I used it for our oh, whoa, we lost signal. Wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
The radio, quick, adjust the rabbit ears.
I will do my best. There it goes. I adjusted them. It reconnected.
Okay.
That was weird. I had a bit of an internet drop for a second, everybody. Sorry. You won't know this on the recording for the VOD, so you're fine out there. Good for you. Anyway, so I was saying that this is you can I use the site called the Home Brewery
Yes.
for the Astral Sorcerer, and it lets you use that to put in text and tables and stuff to look like it's in a current rulebook for 5e. And you still need to like put in like the information and stuff, and the art you have to put in manually and such, but like it's a process. Easily I would just fucking write it on a piece of paper maybe. And I guess let's be fair, in concept this can be done on a piece of paper and you don't have to worry about it at all, right?
Yeah. I mean, hell, you remember when we were doing the like kind of mini western in the Cyberpunk game, or Shadowrun game.
Yeah.
You saw my cowboy.
Yeah.
That conveyed.
Yeah.
It conveyed.
That's what I'm saying. It did convey. That's what I'm saying. This in concept could be easily like put down into the simplest form of, you take a bit of something that leaves a mark, fucking a stick in the ground, you write it out while telling somebody what's going on, as well as draw a picture with a stick figure to show them something, right?
Yes.
That is the easiest form that you can do to do this concept. Easier than that is just telling them what it is and like describing it, I guess, without any visual aid. It just is easier for you to create than it is for them to understand, because the picture does make it a little easier to understand, potentially. And again, depends on if they're somebody who learns better through visual aid, or if they're somebody who can just pay attention to a lecture and then be totally fine, right? Like, there's that aspect as well. So there's a lot of factors here, right? But creating something like that, just like that, not easy. Has to go through steps. You have to figure out where to do that stuff. Like, it is easy in the sense of, like, if you Google it, you can probably find it, right? But that's steps, again, instead of just, I don't know, saying it out loud to somebody.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did this guy play with a world that's just pure randomness? Dude, I don't know. I don't know what people do, honestly. And I try not to. No. But, Welcome back from the Wi-Fi void, bros. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened. Sometimes it just the internet just dies. I don't know. At least we haven't dropped any frames. That's pretty cool.
Don't say that.
At least we. I usually grab art off Pinterest. Yeah, exactly. You can do that easy.
Yeah, Pinterest is a great resource for art.
Yeah.
They can create a character which they feel will fit in the world. And that is incredibly important for this kind of thing.
Well, so as if you couldn't do that by just explaining to them what the setting is.
Hey, I have a question for you guys.
Okay.
You know how I found that game 7th Sea and it's pirates and stuff, kind of pirate fantasy, kind of pirate low fantasy, low magic.
Yeah.
What kind of game would you, or what kind of character would you make? Just hearing pirate low fantasy.
So I would probably make like a pirate.
Well, I mean, I'm not even saying
right.
you have to be that like narrow.
Oh yeah.
You could be like a traveling merchant. You could be a shopkeeper.
Absolutely.
You could be someone who has a map.
Right. Yeah. I could be like a disgraced former privateer who is just like going job to job because he's not welcome on any ship, but he needs to work.
Mm-hmm. And you're looking for a guy who did the disgrace.
Yeah. Something like that, right? Like, super easy to come up with something like that, at least from my end.
Yeah. And I mean, once you know more, like, I'll explain the actual in-depth shit. Of course, I would never leave you with just, it's pirate and low fantasy.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Well, that's the thing, right? I would have, if I didn't understand what that meant, I would then go, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Right?
Like, well,
and then you would explain.
Bandits, right?
Right, exactly.
You know the guys that camp out on the side of the road and usually, suck shit in D&D?
Yeah. Yeah.
Imagine those guys, but on a ship,
but
and they suck less shit.
Right. And which we're utilizing his thing of pointing to something else that is similar, right? A bandit, right? Which is fine. It's part of the process to make it so that you can understand what it is easier.
Yeah, exactly.
But again, even if you didn't, like, you would go, well, things, right? People
I do know those, yeah.
People own things, right? Like, they have value in what, and if I need to go further than that of, like, what value is, well, we're not going to have this conversation, but, I like things, you like things, you like your things. If I were to take your things, you would not like that.
I probably wouldn't like that.
No.
I would probably try to take some of your things, or take the things that you took from me back.
So, that's kind of what a pirate does, but on the sea.
Oh!
Right? Like, and
so wait, he gives me his things?
No, other way around.
Or I take his... Oh.
Yeah, he takes your things. Right. Like, we could do that, Right? But the thing...
It's something that could happen, maybe.
And, again, we can make characters easily from concepts being told to us.
It's really not hard.
Right? And again, if you require more time to understand something, you can take that time. It is totally fair and fine, but it doesn't require you to do, like, much more than just listen and try to comprehend it, right? Which is the easiest thing that you can do.
Yeah.
I would say.
Mm-hmm.
It might not, like, be super easy all the time, but it is something that you can do easily.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Can I draw from...
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, no, I was just reading from the chat. Go on.
Oh. I just spent the entire past, 5 minutes lost as hell.
You're fine.
So I'm going to go to bed, probably.
Yeah, absolutely. You are totally fine, dude. Okay, bye.
Oh my god, you didn't even say goodbye. You must be really dead.
I should probably say goodbye first.
Yeah, you probably should say
You're
goodbye.
Fine. Okay.
Yeah, no, he was fucking dead.
Yeah,
Jeez.
he is fucking tired. To be fair, he did say that he was really dead beforehand, so.
Yeah.
Can I draw from Pirates of Darkwater? I need to watch that show again. I've never heard of that.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. Yeah. Man, the name rings a bell, but I don't think I've seen it.
I would like to be Ben Gunn, marooned on an island from Treasure Island, a salty old hermit. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, you absolutely could.
Yeah.
Um,
And I mean, I think we're way off the ranch at this point.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
We've covered it to death at this point.
Yeah,
I think
we're beating
good.
the horse.
Yeah. I'll play a character that takes people's things. That's good.
Yeah.
Maybe a Sahagin. Are there Sahagin in the world? Yeah, exactly. You can start them
That'd be
having
awesome.
that question.
Oh, yeah,
Sahagin are great. Yeah.
Yeah, Sahagin are really good. I feel like they're really underused.
All sea creatures, water creatures in general, are underused because nobody goes on a boat. Because
nobody ever goes on a boat. Yeah,
that there are sea creatures out there.
Because that's the thing. Sea creatures are underused.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna go on a sea, then a sea creature's gonna get used.
It's gotta, right? Exactly. So
yeah.
I think that is
And the
really
thing, what's sad to me about that is that like everybody who's like, oh man, we don't want to go on the ocean. That means we're gonna see some fucking scary sea creature.
sea creatures.
Sea creatures.
I like
it's a whole monster.
Yeah.
But I'm literally the exact opposite. Where I'm like,
yeah.
We're gonna go on the sea. Yes, I want to see an ocean creature.
Same, absolutely same. They're fucking awesome.
And that's what Brogan never understands about me, because like when we play ocean stuff and I just dive straight into the water.
That's
like,
fair.
How do you do that? I'm like, I want to see what's in there.
That's fair.
You see that big wet thing? There's shit in there. I want to see it.
See, something that is really important for dungeon masters to realize and understand is that when you're creating a setting, you have to give something for your players to be excited about. And the players are...
Yeah, I mean...
I agree. Yeah, that's pretty basic.
I was going to say...
Now,
yes.
I don't know if I would actually go so far as to say excited. I would say interested.
Yeah.
Unless interested equates to excited in this case.
It might, yeah. That's true.
And that's why in my world I gave my towns creative names.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was the whole point.
Like
some of them are normal, like one of them is like called like Rockport, and I'm like, okay, yeah, it's a port city, that's fine.
Yeah,
the other one is Aurora City, which is just like, oh, okay, this one has like a city title, that's probably like a big city. And then another one is Fargrove, and it's like, oh, I wonder why it's called that.
Yeah.
You know, that actually, given where it is in the world, and that it's the only one that involves the term grove, it's a little bit interesting.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And then the crown jewel is Automatown.
Yes, that's right.
That's the one where everybody, I imagine, most people would be like, Automatown? Yo, I want to go there.
Right, yeah, you know? Exactly.
Because, I mean, that's a very evocative, simple name. And it's very reflective of what the town is.
Yeah, 100%. The other thing that I would say is, like, giving your players something to be excited about might just be as simple as, like, the game.
Yeah.
Right? Like the campaign itself, if you've already roped in people to play it because you gave them your pitch in whatever form you did, that's what they're already invested in, I would assume.
That's what they're there for.
Yeah, so, like, you've already done it, dude. You don't need to worry about... Like, you can further invest them easily with, like, character shit, right? And just interesting things that happen in the world. Well, potentially interesting things that happen in the world just because it exists there. But, like, you did it, man.
Yeah.
So, okay.
The only way that I would go any further, I think, would be just a description of the kind of world that it is.
Sure.
Not so much like, oh, it's low magic or that. That's more kind of like a gameplay. That's kind of more of a theme or a setting as opposed to the world itself.
Yeah.
Like, my world actually is a lot, since there's not a whole ton of towns, and it's a whole continent, and there's not many towns or villages, that's kind of curious. And the reason for that is that it's still kind of... not primal, but wild.
Yeah.
And in my world, there are behemoths, like monsters and animals that are just gigantic.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So there's one, I've already told Brogan about it a long time ago. He probably already forgot. But there is this gigantic, I think it's an ox.
Oh.
And so, you remember Shine Grove? Remember that place with like the giant sequoia trees?
Yeah.
He snacks on those leaves of
Oh.
the sequoia trees.
Wow. Okay.
So, and he has this ridiculously huge like chain around his neck that like links to just like a shackle. It's not like hurting him or anything.
Right.
It's just on him.
Yeah.
Who put that? Who fucking
I was gonna
tried to
say, yeah.
Who did that? And
Something's a little mystery.
he's completely peaceful. He's just out there stomping around, just eating and living.
Yeah.
That's it.
Exactly. Like that's just a
It's
little
not
detail.
that's not a story pitch, that's not a quest hook or anything. Well, it might be a quest hook if you turn it into that.
That's true.
And there are people out there who are like, it's like, oh man, we got these giant monsters out here. Let's like use them somehow. And so there are people that will like follow him around and like gather his droppings for fertilizers and things.
Because he's got shit tons of them, literally.
Literally. There's another one that's called a starlight moth, which is a gigantic like rock-sized moth, like ROC.
Yeah.
And they live up in the clouds, and all they do is they just fly around in the clouds and they just drink the water vapor and they eat the dust up there.
Yeah.
And as they fly, if the winds are strong, scales fly off, like get blown off of them because it's a fucking moth. And the scales float down really slowly, and in the sunset they catch the light, and it is like a dazzling light show to just see those scales flutter down.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And so people will gather up these scales and they'll like use them for like jewelry or other like clothing accoutrement and things like that. And again, that's not a quest hook.
Yeah,
it's just there.
Just there. Yeah.
And so that's the kind of thing that really gets me going, is like, oh man, I want to go out and just see if there are others. I just want to explore.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Again, it's a whole thing of like, it depends on the people as well. Like, what do they have interest in? Like, you can tailor what your pitch is to each person that's interested, right? As long as you have those things in your world. But apparently, you can't overcomplicate it by making all that stuff. Yeah. Don't do that. Because the ecosystem, that's too much.
The ecosystem and the nature.
Yep. Too much. Don't understand it.
Yeah. Yeah.
What a strange thing to say. I haven't watched Pirates of Darkwater in a long time, but I remember it being pretty sick. Okay.
Nice.
Cool.
Going to focus on their characters. Why? Because D&D and tabletop games are story-driven games that are driven by the characters. The characters must drive the story forward, or else the game doesn't really work. It's not what the heart of the game really is. And so when you're looking at that, you have to create your setting with the players in mind. Let me put it like
I didn't create my setting with my players in mind.
Yeah, I didn't either. And so, you know what, actually, extending from that, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
So, he was saying that, the story can't really advance unless the characters are doing it.
Right.
That kind of goes exactly against what you do, isn't it? Kinda? Sorta? Because you have a living, breathing world that advances whether we do something or not.
Yes, that's true.
So, the story advances whether we do anything or not.
Yeah, I guess...
So that's...
What I would
No, here's a...
No, you're good. What I would say is, if we're talking about personal stories, it would apply, but that's specific. I don't think that's what he's talking about. I think he's talking about overall campaign, right? Which again is very much a adventure. Like, this is a module type game, not
like
a linear
they are
story.
the heroes of the world type thing, kind of like how the stories I tended to do in
It's a linear story as opposed to what I do, which is a sandbox story, right? Where it is literally driven by what they do personally, and whether or not they engage with the world in such a way, because again, like you said, the world will just do its thing.
Yeah.
And if they engage with an overarching narrative, then they will. Because now I'm starting to think of an overarching narrative that I want to do, potentially, and start like doing some hints of that. And if they don't engage with it, they don't engage with it, right? Like, that's fine. But it's not like that's not the point of what I'm doing, right?
Yeah.
So no, you're right. It's in a sense antithetical to what I do,
and it's just kind of weird to hear that.
Yeah.
Like, oh, the story will not advance unless they, and I'm like, no, not really, not
again,
at all.
I guess it's just he's coming from that one frame of reference.
Yeah, coming from they're the heroes of the world.
Yeah, exactly. Which is like, if that's the game that you're playing,
that's fine.
Yeah, I guess that is true. Yes, but it's not the game. All the game types.
Yeah, far away from it.
Yeah. It's always nice to make a world and just let your players explore. Plus, I love worlds that move on with or without them. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's like a big good part of it. I think it's just you're not gonna. I've said it before to death. I'll say it again. You already as a person are not going to experience every fucking thing.
Yeah, no, of course not.
So, and like neither is your player character.
Mm-hmm.
It's just impossible.
And sometimes it honestly makes me feel kind of bad because those are the stories that I just really enjoy.
Yeah, it's absolutely fair. That's the thing. I like there's nothing wrong with it. I don't know. I just have that mindset where I'm perfectly comfortable with the fact that No, that's not what I mean. I don't mean like I guess I mean from a writing perspective. I see.
Those are typically the stories that are right just because I like them. You know? Like I know that's kind of the story that I'm going to have. I'm going to have a more sandboxy story in whenever I do my Material World campaign. There's going to be a thing, but you guys don't have to engage with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I get you.
But yeah, like once you do, it will eventually turn into that.
Yeah. 100%. I get it entirely. Because like if I were to write something that was specifically for like it's like what I did for Acetine.
Yes, true.
I didn't write anything down. I just had my guideline thing, but I knew like how it was gonna go. But that is literally like everything happens because you guys are there, right? And you guys are progressing it because that's the point.
Yeah. Like you guys are pushing it.
Yes, exactly. So, and it still had this element of sandboxiness because like you could do it however you wanted to. There was no like set way to do it, but yeah. So, I'm trying to think of how I would describe it. The best I could do might be to call it sword and sorcery setting like Conan or Golden Axe set on the sea.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't want to make it sound like One Piece though, because it's not like that at all. Thank you.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I've never seen enough One Piece to know what that show is like. I just know that I don't like the look of it.
I can tell you so much.
Please don't.
I've already ranted about it. It looks more like something you would see on the cover of a heavy metal album.
Ooh, nice.
That's cool.
This. When you watch a James Bond movie, you expect to be excited for the type of things that James Bond does. You expect him to be suave. You expect him to be classy and skilled.
I wouldn't.
And
those were the wrong movies to pull clips from.
Yeah, I know. The ones where he literally hated playing the character
was
too.
Suave.
Yeah, I was gonna say fucking anybody before, but all right.
Yeah. Christ.
And probably problematic towards women, which. Yeah, that's what the character does. The point is, you know what you're getting into when you're watching a James Bond movie. And so when you're creating a setting, your players need to be able to look at it and know what kind of characters they're expected to make. Now, you're not telling them what characters to make, but they know what characters will fit in the setting.
Okay, so...
Yeah, you're not...
So here's the thing about what you're saying and how it's wrong. So, your setting can have anything in it. Okay.
Yes.
It's the campaign that you are running that determines what kind of characters people are going to make.
Mm-hmm.
So letting them know what the campaign's tone is, like the I guess the settings, like if it's high fantasy, low fantasy, all that kind of stuff, like that part of the setting would be important for that, like, but usually that's covered by the system, right? So literally telling them at least the tone of the story, as well as, at least for me, figuring out what kind of game people want to see beforehand, because like I like to ask when I created my world, and then I was like, who wants to play D&D? And then when my friends were like, I want to play, I'm interested, I'm like, cool. What kind of game would you like to see in our session 0? I was like, what like themes, like all this kind of stuff, like what do you want to see in this? And we got like a morally gray kind of campaign that it has, you know, some combat, some a lot of combat, or not a lot of combat, but some combat, some role play, you know, a good balance of both. And I was like, oh yeah, I mean, if you go and pick a fight, you'll pick a fight, right? Like you'll get combat if you want combat. That's a thing, yeah. You know, I made sure to go through the steps so that I understood what kind of game they wanted to run, or they wanted me to run for them. And it works really well for me in that respect because it is the sandbox. But if I had a module, I'd be like, so
this module is...
Yeah, I have this module, quote unquote. It could be a custom adventure that is linear. And it is this theme. It is this kind of a setting. And does anybody want to play in it? Right? It's like, this is a mystery game. So, so expect a lot less fighting, a lot more role play and investigating and trying to figure out. Yeah, a lot more big thunks, right? And then that would inform them of what type of characters that would fit in that setting, in that game, in that campaign.
Yes.
So, I don't just point to the setting. It's not it.
Yeah, that's really not enough.
No.
Because, you know, you could point to, oh man, we're playing D&D. And then, you know, they make a fucking, I don't know, they make a halfling. It's like, well, this is kind of an Underdark campaign.
Right.
It's like, why didn't you fucking tell me that?
Exactly, right?
I told you it was D&D. Yeah, you didn't say Underdark.
Yeah, so...
You know.
Just give them the information they need. It's all...
Yeah.
Just give them the information they need.
But see, here's the thing. Give them all the information they need, but just be sure that you don't give them a political system or the environment
or the ecosystem,
or the ecosystem, or trade, or cities,
or cities.
That's that's too much.
Too much. Not allowed. Don't even give them a map. Too much.
Yeah. Man, maps are one of my favorite things to get.
I know, right? I've never been a fan of James Bond of any era. I would rather watch Archer. Yeah, that's fine.
Fair enough.
Archer is great.
Like, yeah. I still love like the old like Sean Connery Bond because it's just so campy and goofy.
It is goofy as fuck.
It's just fun.
Yeah. That's fair.
That's why I fucking hate the new ones.
Fair enough. They've just kind of separated themselves from anything goofy.
Well, it's because, like, James Bond, back in the day, it was the campy, goofy spy shit, you know? We got, like, fucking jetpacks and, you know, laser watches and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
But then, when they did the new ones, everything's so goddamn serious. Nothing's fun. It's all grim. And you take, you know, it's the same shit that happened with, like, Superman to Man of Steel. We can't have anything fun anymore.
Yeah.
And they stopped being James Bond, and they started being James Bourne.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah.
And so
that's just not the tone that you're looking for.
Yeah, it's not what I'm looking for.
I
want something more fun. I want something more exciting and less.
Absolutely,
you
fair.
know?
Absolutely fair.
But that's just me.
Yeah. No, I've not watched any of the newer ones because I barely watched any of Bond growing up.
Fair enough.
But I liked it from what I did watch.
But it's fun.
Yeah, it's
goofy, it's campy, it's ridiculous, it's fun.
I think I was more watching the the Brosnan stuff.
Fair
when I was
enough.
growing up.
Yeah.
Because that was the newer stuff at the time.
Yeah, that was the most recent at the time.
Yeah, so like I watched
And
a bit
his
of
is
that.
still ridiculous.
Oh yeah, it's fucking silly as fuck.
Yeah.
the-
Surfing down a fucking like
avalanche,
tsunami
yeah, or whatever, yeah.
made by a fucking space laser in Antarctica.
Yeah.
Actually, no, wait. He wasn't even surfing it. He was like air surfing.
It was
he had,
like hang
a-
gliding, yeah. Hang glides,
Yeah,
air
because he had
surfing,
like
yeah.
the parachute
Yeah,
or whatever,
yeah.
and he was
Yep, that's right. But the thing is, the thing about that kind of stuff is like it can be goofy and stuff, but even like as long as they take it seriously in the world, it just is a thing, right?
Yeah, it just
and
works.
Like outside of it, you can go and look at it and go, "That's fucking stupid." But in universe, they have to at least just be like, "Yeah, this worked."
Yeah.
Right.
Someone said yes.
Yes.
You know who else said yes? Chaosium.
Yes. That's right.
I figured I'd just remind you.
Thank you.
Just in case you forgot.
No, I will never forget. That will be burned into my brain for a long time.
Yeah. Chaosium said yes, but they did have Zothamog, so I can't hate it all that much.
Yeah, that's fair. I prefer Golden Axe to Golden Eye. That's fair. Same here. Golden Axe rules. Yeah. I played a halfling that was captured by the drow and kept as a slave in the Underdark before escaping. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. There goes my example. Thanks a lot.
Well, that's the thing. You can make it all work.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things of like, if you're not informed of something and then you do something that completely contrasts it, like, or contradicts it to some degree, it's like, oh, well, you should have told me, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the point, right?
Yeah.
I guess I like that space battle in Moonraker. There you go.
Oh, yeah! That was pretty cool. Because I
Alright.
think in that one, they were in, like, a space station, and they were fighting in space. And, like...
Yeah, I mean, why not? You know?
Yeah, I mean, let's do it.
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
If they don't know what characters will fit in the setting, it becomes incredibly hard to get excited because you don't know what sort of things you're shooting for. And if you want to...
I mean, yes. So if we replace setting with campaign, then yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Right? Like, all of this stuff, if you just worded it a little bit differently, I'd be like, yeah. So if you're using setting in place of... Well, you have campaign in your title, so I don't understand. What are we doing?
create a setting that is very much based around the characters, that's totally fine. And in fact, I really like creating settings with that method in mind. But if the players don't
Sounds like you
know
gotta
that,
create
if
a
it's
lot
not
of settings,
set as
my
an
guy.
expectation, they're not going to know what to do. They're going to find it so incredibly difficult to make something they feel they can invest into. And that's why it's important. But they need to have an initial point which they can invest in. It's very difficult for certain dungeon masters to realize, because I get that we get excited creating our worlds. I get that we want to create the most in-depth thing possible for our players to explore, but we forget the most important thing, which is the players.
What? What? Why? Those two aren't fucking mutually exclusive, my guy. Fucking
Yeah, man.
creating something so detailed that you can still what?
Yeah, come on.
What?
Why? Where are we?
So, thank you. That is the question. Where are we? Where are you, sir? How did you get here? Cause
Yeah.
again, I created my setting first, and then I found my players who wanted to engage with that setting, just from the initial idea of how it was, and all of the gods that were there, and all of that shit that I had in my initial document. And the map that I made, and then and then questions happened of so can I make this kind of character? And I was like, yeah, sure, yeah, why not? I mean, that exists, why not? And then I made it. I also made it abundantly clear that I wanted it to be a sandbox that was driven by the characters and their decisions, because that's what I do, right? But if they wanted to do something that was a little bit more, in a certain direction of theming and stuff, I would have done that, right? But they are going their way. They have their personal goals, and I know what they are, and I'm trying to weave some stuff to get them interested in each other. And it's starting to do things, I think. At least I know some of the characters are like, what the fuck is up with you? you're weird. And like, that's already something. So I'm like, okay, we've got a thing to go off. Nice.
Yeah.
But again, I could make a game, a setting, based off of if some of my friends were like, hey,
Make a setting.
I want to be this type of character playing this type of game. And I'd be like, okay, I can do that. I just need to find something that fits.
Yeah.
And then I just need to take some time to make it. Just give me a little while, and then I can do that.
I wouldn't... That sounds like such a dick move, you know?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I don't...
That's like some Garibay calling people to Dungeon Master bullshit.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's a way to do it, and like, if that's if that's how you do it, that's fine. I don't see there being a problem of somebody just asking nicely of like, hey, so you're good at running games, right?
Yeah.
Like, and we're thinking maybe we want to play these kinds of characters, and we would like for you to run it.
Yeah,
right?
But the thing is, like, I wouldn't ask them to do, like, hey, make an entire setting for just these characters. I would say, is there anywhere in your world that would work for this?
Yeah. Have you made something that would work for this kind of concept, right?
Yes.
Like, something that isn't just make this for me.
Yeah.
Right,
like,
which is, to be fair, it's not what he's talking about.
I know.
He's talking about, like, but it's just another, like, branch, right? But yeah, so like, again, I could do that, but I would need to know, I guess this is how we got there. It's like, I would need to know that they wanted to play a certain character a certain way in a certain game.
Yeah.
Which is something that doesn't usually come up unless we've talked about it in the sense of, I want to run a game, right? Which, again, you've already started the conversation with, I want to run a game. What kind of game do you guys want to be in?
Yeah.
Right? Which is, again, a whole, like, because you're, again,
yeah, right?
It just seems like, I don't know how we got to this weird, like, not having a conversation thing. Because it feels like we're just not talking to the players enough. Or the players aren't talking to us enough. Like, it just, I don't know where the communication hiccup is, but there is one, and it like, we need to figure out.
Stop.
Yeah,
Drink some water.
Yeah, exactly. We need to stop that hiccup, please.
Drink some communication water, aka vodka.
Exactly. Let's see. James Bond never battled Dr. Evil, so how good really is he? That's true.
I mean, fair.
Adam West Batman versus Dr. Evil. Oh, that would be great.
Oh my god, that'd be great.
Shit. Close one, but Batman at the very last moment. Oh yeah, absolutely, it has to be. Oh. He's got his shark repellent.
He's Batman.
Yeah, he's got his bat shark repellent. He's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
The purpose is not to create the most realistic world. If that's where you have fun, do so, please. But don't forget the people who are supposed to explore that world.
There's nothing wrong with having a realistic, in-depth world to explore, though.
I don't understand why we can't do that and then make it so that the players can fit in.
Yeah, like,
where are you?
What's going on? Why?
Where are you on the moon right now?
See, and you know what the problem is?
And
I was gonna say this earlier, but I forgot. The whole, both this and the whole ask your DM to make a setting for your player.
Yeah.
If these tips are going out to, like, newish people, these are not the tips that you should be giving to new people.
I know.
That's the problem.
I know.
Because if you tell somebody new, hey, make a setting for my character, that's not going to go over well.
Right, yeah, because that's
really not going to go well.
It's
at
like,
all.
You can do it, right?
Yeah, you can.
But as a new player, you're trying to tailor something that you've never done to something that to somebody else's concept.
Exactly.
Which you don't even know if you understand fully yet.
Yeah. Now, I can be entirely wrong. This might not be intended for new people, but these still aren't even good tips for people who are experienced.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the other thing.
And I don't understand having. You can have either characters and players who are excited to play,
yep,
or a well done world.
Yes,
you
exactly.
Can't have both.
That's the weirdest thing.
I know you can't have both,
but
it's
apparently
not possible.
This is so easy.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Don't get it.
I don't get it either.
We're supposed to make it for them. Now, let me clarify something here. Am I?
So I want to.
You're not supposed to just make it for them.
I was gonna say, you're also at the table, sir. You're also there.
Yeah, you're also a player.
Like you're also a part of
technically the most important player.
Yeah,
if you're not there, the session doesn't happen.
Yeah. So
if you didn't make the world, you wouldn't have a world to play in.
If you have no personal investment in the creation of the world and you're just doing it because somebody else wants to play in a world, like obviously that's to an extreme degree. I don't think that that's what he means, but
yeah,
it's
probably
important.
Not, but still,
it's important to understand that you, as a game runner in any respect, in any system, you are also there to have fun.
Yes,
like I have my perspectives of like I can have fun in whatever I do, right? Because I enjoy running games for people, and I enjoy. I'm a people pleaser deep at heart, okay? I like to make people happy with what they're doing and let them have a good time and not let them feel like they wasted their time, okay? So it doesn't matter.
Especially nowadays, is fucking valuable as hell.
Especially, like, in general, that's just my perspective on how time is. It's valuable as fuck.
Yeah, it's the only thing we can never get back.
Exactly.
When it's spent.
So, like, I would be okay with running something that I'm not 100% invested in, potentially, right? I have my limits, sure. But not everybody is me.
Yeah.
As much as I wish a lot of people were. No, get away from me. Me. God. Anyway. Yeah. So, but like,
well, I suppose me could go to work for me.
That is true. Me could do that. Anyway, so, but like, yeah. So I think that it's very important that you should also at least be invested in what you're doing. Because if you don't like it, if you're not having a good time, it's going to reflect on the game.
Yes.
It just will over time. And this can happen as like a burnout thing or anything, right? It's just you need to figure out what it is that's going on, and you got to figure out if there's something that you can do to fix it, right?
Yeah.
And that might just be going like, oh, I actually did just make this for you guys and not for me at all, right? And then going, can we do something else that I can also like be a part of in a way, right? Which totally valid, because otherwise, what the fuck are you doing there, you know?
Yeah, because, like, you know, burnout is, it's not just something that can affect, like, you.
Yeah.
And it's really, really, really hard to shake that.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if you're burned out on D&D or the system that you're playing, or whatever it is, you're not going to get that back in a week.
No.
It's not going to happen.
No.
Hell, me and Brogan, or No Net Ones, we typically go through phases of playing video games or doing other things.
Yep.
For me, it's video games or anime. Right now, I'm in an anime phase.
Yep.
And I've went back and watched all of Yu Yu Hakusho, like I was saying yesterday when we were playing Halo 3. And right now, I'm about 40 or so episodes into Gintama. Again, I'm going to watch through that whole series again, just because I love it that much. And I'm still not done. I'm still going to watch more. I've got a big-ass watch list on Crunchyroll, and there is nothing really that I want to play right now other than, like, a smattering of Sniper Ghost Warrior. I'm already kind of like,
That's fair.
You know, just a fun stealth game to play is, you know, kind of fun.
Yeah.
So, if that happens with D&D or role-playing games, fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Well, so like legitimately, it took until like a month ago when I started my Saturday game for me to like want to DM.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
how long had you wanted? How long had
oh
you
my God.
had it been since you DM'd? Years.
It's been at least a year, I think.
Yeah,
Maybe a
that's
little
how
less
long
than a
it'll
year.
take.
But like,
So,
yeah, I just
for the majority of people anyway.
yeah, and I just didn't feel like it was something that felt like valued enough, at
Yeah.
least, and something that like, and I wasn't gonna like put another game in between our Devils and Dice just yet because I didn't feel like I wanted to do that, right?
Yeah.
Because I would do it for you guys any fucking time, honestly, because we have fun regardless.
Yeah.
But it's just like in general, just doing a game that's going to be longer that isn't necessarily recorded either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair.
So like, it just didn't feel like something that I wanted to do at all.
Yeah, fair.
And it took like a little bit of like me then like feeling that urge and then talking about how it made me feel before with other people for me to really get to that point of like, okay, I can do this.
I want to do this again.
Yeah, exactly. So like burnout can fucking hit you hard.
Oh yeah, and if you don't have something that can fill that niche, oh, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
Yeah.
I haven't burned out on D&D yet, thankfully. Yeah. Most of the time when I miss a session, it's just because I'm tired.
Yeah.
Or I'm sick or something. It's not usually a burnout. I'm getting there though.
Oh yeah, that's fair. That's absolutely
I'm definitely approaching it. I don't think I will burn out by the time, like, before the campaign is finished.
Yeah.
But I know that I really want to play again. I just miss playing so much.
Oh, absolutely. Understandable 100%.
Because it's just so fun.
Yeah.
Because then I don't have to know everything behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I don't have to think about how every character will react to whatever, you know.
Brain empty. Only think about what I do.
Yes, brain empty, head empty, only dice.
Yes, exactly.
And like that's how I keep myself sane when I'm writing, because if you think burnout is bad, writer's block is also bad.
Yeah, that's another thing.
That's a whole other thing.
I didn't start working on my I told you I was writing a thing before. I didn't start working on that second chapter again until like a couple of days ago. Like like legitimately I just could not do it.
No, I completely believe it. And I do not, and like that is not anything to be ashamed of.
No, it's just part of the process, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is. That's why I have video games and anime.
Yeah.
Miniatures, especially, because I haven't painted a miniature in what feels like 6 goddamn months.
Yeah.
And I really, really, really want to paint one, but I'm not going to paint one until I finish this adventure, this scenario, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I'm almost done. I'm 18 pages in.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Hey, you're almost there.
It's probably gonna wind up being around like 30.
Okay.
Ish.
Yeah.
I just got all of the character headshots in. There's 9 of them. That was $369.
Wow.
And then I've got a whole bunch more artwork that I need made for it, and it's gonna be more.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm excited to see all that shit too.
I know,
man.
dude.
This is gonna be like, 10 years later, but
it will be my magnum opus.
Yeah,
I know.
I know. I'm excited. I really am.
Yeah, no, and I'm so fucking hyped to run it. Like, I want to run the prologue, but the problem is if I ran the prologue, you wouldn't see the first adventure for like fucking forever.
Yeah.
Because then, you'd have to wait for all the rest of them to be done.
Yeah, exactly. No, I get you.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Anyway,
what were we talking about again?
We went off a little bit. We went on a little bit of a thing, but I mean, I think it, you know, it all kind of ties together a little bit.
Yeah.
The fucking burnout is shit.
It's bad.
You need to make sure that you're invested in your own campaign that you're running as a DM.
Yes.
Is what we started with.
And you don't want to just run shit that you're not invested in.
Yes.
Because then it'll reflect poorly on the game and it might burn you out.
Yes. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Batman has the anti-Dr. Evil spray. Yes, that's right. He has sprays for everything. Everybody knows that.
That reminds me of that Joel Haver video where Joker was grooming that girl.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Waiting. Like, in 1 hour, she'll become sexy. What is that? What does that even mean? It's like, Joker, I don't like this. I will break my rule. I will kill you.
Yeah.
So good, man. Anyway.
Yeah. I feel like I'm on the moon right now. Maybe we can take a nap on Dr. Evil's moon base of evil. Yeah, true. I tried to do those writing prompts and ended up with writer's block. Well, to be fair, all the writing prompts that I posted, those were the only ones. So it's over. Don't worry about that. One of these days I should post in the writing channel on the Discord again. Absolutely. Yeah, go for it. Maybe.
Don't force yourself to do it.
No, do not.
But do it if you want.
That's the whole thing that I'm like I've had inspiration to start writing again, which is why I've been doing it. And it's been nice to be able to do it again and like put that shit into paper because I'm going bit by bit and then I realize, oh wait, that's not right, and then I like put it down a couple of fucking lines because there's parts of it that I'm like, yeah, there's parts of this that I need. And then I start going again from what it was, and I'm like, okay, that's better. Wait a minute, and then I start.
Yeah, now this is fucked.
Yeah, and then I like put that down a couple of lines, and I'm like, okay, there are parts of that I need.
Yeah,
it's a process, but it's fun.
It is a process. I think personally, the thing that I hate the most is when you write something and then you need to change something that then has a cascading.
Yes,
you need to change this and then this and then this and then this. I hate that.
I'm only on chapter 2, so I am not worried about that just yet.
That's good.
But I think if that happens in the future, I will scream. Which is why I'm trying to put everything solid in the beginning.
Oh, that's your first draft. Don't worry.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
That'll change.
It will. Redrafts are important.
Yes.
I will redraft.
Yeah.
Anyway. Long story short, anime and games are awesome and cure what ails you. At least that's how I take it. Fair.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's whatever really you're interested in that can cure what ails you, to be fair. Like,
yeah,
it can be fucking gardening, it can be fucking looking at a bird, like bird watching and shit. It could be cooking, yeah. Like anything that brings you joy, you know?
Yes, anything that is nice and just kind of helps you unwind and you don't have to think so hard about doing it. Absolutely. Yeah. Or conversely, it can be something that you need to put a lot of mental effort into, and thus it kind of focuses you in like really hard, and it helps.
Yeah. What I hate is when I space a whole day writing one paragraph and then I decide to delete it.
Now in that instance, don't take it as something that you didn't do. Take it as something that helped inform your decision to not do it.
Yeah. It's always it's always a growth thing.
Yeah. What I do is if I'm ever leaving work and I am like, I want to get some fast food. And I'm like, hang on 1 second. I'll grab a coin and flip it. Like, okay, tails, I don't get any fast food. Heads, I get some.
Yeah.
And it comes up tails. Nah, fuck you. I want to get it anyway. And that's it.
Yeah,
it just I just let things inform decisions.
Yeah.
And that helps me a lot.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to this.
Let me get back to the video.
Yeah, we got like 3 minutes left. We'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be another hour.
Yeah.
I'm trying to say that it is a bad idea to go in depth on the political, economic.
Oh, you're not? Okay, wait. I need to say he's not trying to say this now. Is that what I'm getting? Hold on. Let me bring it back to where he started this section. Oh.
people who are supposed to explore that world. We're supposed to make it for them. Now, let me clarify something here. Am I trying to say that it is a bad idea to go in depth on the political, economic, or, well, basically anything in your setting? Am I saying that it's a bad idea to dive in and make things realistic and fleshed out? No. I am 100% not saying that. What I am saying is when you are doing those things, you should be doing so with the intention of asking yourself, is this going to create an interesting story?
Well,
No.
okay, so again, what? So, you made it.
Not every single thing in the campaign has to relate to either the story or the characters.
Yeah.
There really doesn't.
If
you create a village, the building's architecture and the reason for that architecture does not need to have a reason to fit into the story.
But that doesn't mean that you can't make up that reason.
Exactly. No, I'm not saying
No.
I
know that's not what you're saying. I'm just saying
yeah.
in general. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah. So if you have a desert town and everything is made of really, really thick clay or something like that, there's a logical reason, but that reason doesn't have to relate to the story. It really doesn't.
No. And like, even if you're doing a linear story kind of thing, like a module or something, even those will have bits that are nothing.
Yeah.
Right? They are just there for flavor. And to be fair, they're there for you to make up whatever you want on the fly if something were to be asked about it.
Yes, true.
Right? Like, it's just part of what it is, right?
Yeah.
And so, like,
I remember the spag bag.
That's right. Yes. It's just, it is what it is, right? Because it's just there now. So, fucking, if you're concerned that you are only writing everything that's important before, like, writing down the things that will actually, like, I guess, be a part of this town to make it make sense, I guess?
Mm-hmm.
Again, you don't need to make I would prefer if everything in your town made sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to do that. It is a good idea to do that.
Yeah, it's nice and cool because then you can look at it and say, oh man, I see why you did that, or I see why they did that. That's cool. And then you fucking move on.
Yes, exactly. It's one of those things where it's there, and just because, again, a PC isn't going to see something doesn't mean that it doesn't have value.
Yeah.
Like, this whole idea of making something that could be missed and it being just a fucking bad thing.
And it's just gone forever.
It's like, what?
No.
It is there. You created it. It is a part of this world. You gave it value. It is valuable to you.
Yeah.
Like,
I still have the thing where I'm like, oh man, I made a dungeon and I made this whole thing, but they're not going to find it. Oh, that sucks.
Sure, yeah.
But even I know, even though I still have those thoughts, I know that I could either, I could just transplant that same thing into another dungeon if I really want them to see it.
Yeah.
If it still fits, of course.
Of course.
Or it's just there. And it's just an interesting thing. And you know what's fun? Keeping secrets is fun.
Yes.
This is I know a secret about this. That's cool.
And if you really, really, really need somebody to know about it, you can just tell them about it.
Yeah.
You can just tell them about it.
Aiden was talking about it. Spend 4 hours talking about it.
But, like,
you missed it, so now I'm gonna punish you by telling you every fucking thing about it.
Well, yeah, it's one of those things of, like, if you really actually give a shit of why the architecture is the way that it is and, like, what it means to this town, after they're done with everything, like, and they've left, and it doesn't it's information that, as a meta game knowledge, will not affect anything. Like, you can just go, yo, so I designed this for, like, a reason, and I really want to tell you why.
Yeah, no, like, that's the other thing. You can just flat out be honest and say, hey, I put a lot of work into this. There's going to be a thing like this in the Call of Cthulhu campaign.
Sure, yeah.
And I'm so angry that I can't tell you what it is now.
That's fair.
I'm so fucking angry. I did it a long time ago, actually.
Yeah.
But suffice it to say, let me put it to you this way.
Huh.
In order to make two, was it two? Yeah, I think it's two handouts, just two, in effectively a side adventure. It's necessary, but the length is short enough to make it effectively like a mini adventure. I spent 3 weeks on solid research and then actually creating the handout from scratch to then have an artist go and make a better version of it. It's the most work I've ever done.
Yeah.
Period. No. I've never worked a day. No. It's the most work I've ever done for anything in an RPG ever.
Right.
Aside from the actual like creation of like just creating the whole campaign.
Yeah.
And I'm so angry I can't talk about it.
But yeah, it's
because
a side
the thing is,
it's a side thing that we could potentially miss, though.
No,
right?
no, this is one that you'll need to do.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, because it's just a part of it.
Right.
Yeah. Like it is something that you will discover, and then yada yada yada.
Yeah.
It's just the length. It's a short.
Right. I got you. But like, there's parts like you did this research to make this.
Yes.
And
now, essentially, the difference is I didn't have to do this research. I could have just said, "Oh, this is there."
Yeah. True.
That's the thing.
Yep.
But I did it in a way that it is actually true to life.
There you go. Yeah.
That's the thing. And the other thing is, I'm more angry about it because you specifically will get a massive fucking erection out of it.
Whoa!
Like, seriously.
Okay.
That's not a joke.
Okay.
I mean, it's a joke.
I mean, it's
like,
a joke,
but
yeah. No, I get you. Okay, that's
like,
cool.
It almost directly relates to you. That's the thing. And
That's
here's
hilarious.
the best part. This is the best part. When I came up with this,
Yeah.
I didn't know that it would. It just fucking happened.
That's awesome.
And it just so happens that it relates.
That's so awesome.
So when it comes around,
Yeah.
you're going to lose your shit.
Okay.
Probably the same way Aiden lost his shit at the mech fight.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm so mad I can't say anything about it.
That's absolutely fair. Okay. Interesting.
Anyway, I don't remember what the fuck we were on about.
Oh, we're talking about making the world.
Oh, right.
Like,
Things not needing to relate directly to the story.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, let's see. Yeah, the old two-faced coin flip. Yeah, that's right. What if I purchased fast food and disguised it as my own cooking? Ooh.
Delightfully devilish, Seymour.
Yes. Let the story flow wherever it wants, dude. The players make it interesting. Yes. That's
too.
the other thing. The players are the driving force that's going to make things interesting. Because no matter what you make, you will not expect, you might expect some things, but you will not expect everything they do to engage with it.
Yeah.
And they might engage with it in such a way that makes it 11 times more interesting than anything that you did. Okay? Just 'cause that's how it works. Everyone knows this. Desert town where everything is built from cactus. Oh.
I mean, hell, that'd be cool. It's like, dude. So I have a town, very, very quickly. I've got a town in my world called Shine Grove. I should have called it Glitter Grove, but whatever. Where it's like a giant redwood / sequoia forest, and the elves that live there live in the trees.
Yeah.
Desert elves living in giant saguaro cactus, or saguaro, or however you pronounce that. That'd be fucking sick.
Yeah, it'd be sick. Super
and they
sick.
sell the cactus fruits.
Yeah.
Fucking awesome. Anyway.
This sounds like a lot of cactus fruit. There you go. Maybe they breed giant cactus and carve rooms into it. Yeah, another way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I should spend 4 hours talking about the cactus town. Yes. Yep.
Yes, you should.
Make sure that you take someone unsuspecting and tell them all about it for 4 hours.
Yeah. Waiting in line in Starbucks? Oh boy.
That's right. So you're waiting too, are you?
Well, I got shit for you.
Approaches you menacingly.
Yeah.
Have I got lore for you?
You ready to be burdened with lore? Rubs hands together.
Well,
you're sitting in a Starbucks, and you're sitting there in a big brown robe.
yes. Yep.
Hood pulled over.
Yep.
Ah, traveler, waiting for your beverage. Oh, come here, I'll tell you a tale. Fucking great.
That would be really funny.
I know.
Oh, man. Oh, I want to see that. Like, just a video of that, really.
Yeah, dude, that'd be great.
Let's see. The Cactus King and his prickly court. It could be a fairy court.
Hell, you can make that a fucking fae lord or lady.
Exactly. That's exactly what the next thing was. That could be a fairy court.
Yeah. And then what you need to do, you need to look into all the sorts of desert dwelling monsters and monster folk.
Yeah.
And then you have that be a big neutral city that they all come to trade and stuff.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Now I'm remembering a cartoon I watched as a small person that had an evil cactus king in it. Google is telling me that the Elm Chanted Forest was the name of that cartoon.
Oh,
never heard of it.
Okay.
And Emperor Spine was his name.
Oh my god.
Of course, yeah. And now I'm going to have to watch that again. Yeah. Sounds like an okay show. Yeah. All right.
I wonder if we're ever going to finish this video.
Never. This is the one that'll kill us before it's done.
Mm-hmm. About telling a story. It's about playing a game. You're creating it for a tabletop game. And so when you're creating
Sorry. Wait, what?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go back.
Yeah, I just
because it is about telling a story. It's about playing a game. You're creating it for a tabletop game. And so when you're creating the caste system or the political system, you should be asking yourself, is this going to be interesting for the players to interact with? Will this tell an interesting story? Will it be fun for them to figure out what part of the political spectrum they're on or where in the world they lie?
No, it's never fun to find that shit out. No! Was this some Garibay shit?
You could, I guess. That's not the point of making it?
Yeah, what I made a political system specifically to find out if you're right or left. Why?
Legitimately, it's not the point of it being there and being balanced as it is, or as in-depth as it is, I guess. Balanced. Is no, never. But the point of it being as in-depth as it is to make it so that you've added that flavor, one, to your world, and two, to make sure that things operate a certain way. Because that that it all work that way. So I don't. Okay, I don't.
Every 5 seconds.
I know.
This is great.
I don't need to think about the story every time I make a piece of the setting.
Yeah.
I know, because this. Even if I wasn't doing a sandbox, I don't need to do that necessarily.
Man.
Oh my god.
Living in squalor while there's an elite living in absolute luxury. That will be an interesting story should your players choose to interact with it.
Really? It just sounds like basic economics.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, it can be interesting depending on what they do with it.
Yeah.
But not even if they just interact with it.
Yeah.
I don't. But we need to find out if Andrew Yang should run for president in 2024. That's right. Yeah, that's true. Garibay. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Will it be something that's interesting to interact with? And if it's not, well, you could still flush it out, but do so on your own time. Don't spend the majority of your time planning, prepping, and creating your setting with the intention of them interacting with that, knowing that they won't have fun with it.
Okay. Again, so, I guess...
Whose time are you using if not your own?
Yeah, so...
That's a dumb way to put that.
So before you've made your setting,
Mhm.
you are already making the setting. Sorry, no. Okay, so before you've made your setting entirely, you're playing the game,
Mhm.
and you're preparing by session your setting.
Makes sense to me. God damn it.
Why didn't you? Why aren't you creating this? Oh, because you're creating it for the players. So you're on a time limit now because you've pigeonholed yourself into needing to make this now that you know that you have characters that are waiting to play, people that are waiting to play before you've even made the world?
Fully? Yeah.
That seems like a fucking huge misstep to me.
Well, it's not even that it's just a huge mistake. That sounds like a fucking stress nightmare.
Yes, that too.
Oh my god, I can't run this session until I come up with this, and this.
Like, if
why didn't I come up with this before?
Like, if that's how you do it, like, I can see improving's that shit, right?
Yeah,
sure.
Fine.
That's fair enough, but I guess you're like
that sounds horrible.
The only time that I can see it is if you're really good at improv. Because otherwise
I wouldn't want to have to do that.
Yes, even then I would at least want to have things outlined beforehand that I can reference and like have things that I can't imagine like are you I guess you could, to be fair, I did make the initial bits of my world that I had ready and all of that in like a week, I guess. But even so, there was things that I didn't remember or I didn't have ready that I made in a couple of days after that, because they were necessary. And that was when I had players, but I was stressed as fuck. Because I was like, I need this. I should have had this shit done already beforehand.
I need this shit yesterday.
Yeah, it literally. And I was like, I need to make this good
now.
I don't have time now.
And if I can't make it good, they're gonna fucking like tar and feather me. It's gonna be bad.
That was my brain. Yeah,
they'll drag me over glass.
That's right. Mentally. Like, so again, if you can do that, fucking more power to you without stress. Fucking great. I'm glad for you. But God, that sounds like hell for anyone who's not experienced at all. And me, who's played for years. And run things for years. Like, oh God, I'm dying. I'm getting so worked up, I'm burping. Like, I don't... it's just, I'm getting, like, anxious thinking about that.
Yeah,
you know?
No, that's awful.
Holy fuck. Unless I completely misunderstand this, which I fucking hope so. But it really does sound like every session you're figuring out what you need to prepare for them to do, or to interact with, which again is a thing that you could do, but sounds stressful as all hell.
That sounds like fuck. I lost my train of thought.
Oh, you're good. I've been going for a long time, just trying to I'm just trying to get it out of my brain to like make me less anxious.
Yeah, like. That sounds like... Oh, I remember. That sounds like you have a lot of free time. You know?
Also true, yeah.
Because, like... Let's be a bit more sensible here and assume that he's not saying you're only prepping mid-session or, like, an hour before each session.
Of course not.
You've got that full week to do it.
Yeah, like a week. Yeah,
do
that's
you
what I was
have
thinking.
enough time to iron all that shit out?
So, like, and I guess this is why he's talking about not doing it in such detail.
Oh my God, yeah, you're right.
He isn't giving, like, you aren't given the time if that's the frame of mind we're going from. Yeah. You don't have that time.
You don't have that time. Maybe that's why I'm so stressed about it, because like the way I would do it, it would be impossible. But the way he does it, maybe he could.
Yeah, which
That would not be fun.
So like, and like, if that's how you do it, and that's as much as you need, and that's what works for your table, absolutely. But like, it is not going to be for everyone.
Yeah, no.
And like, I think taking the time beforehand to make the world first is probably your best bet. Just so that you can have that ready. And honestly, like, if things come up that are incongruous or need to be changed in any way, you can do that. It's just that you need to be able to do that with what you have established, right? So that it doesn't make something else incongruous.
And making the world is hard enough.
Yeah.
And then coming up with all these appropriate responses and appropriate actions, reactions, things like that. That takes a lot of brain power.
Yeah.
I can't have both on the platter at the same time.
Yeah. Oh man, that one actually threw me for a loop to the degree that I kind of felt panicked, like thinking about all that.
I can't even imagine that.
Like legitimately, like I, that was not a fun time.
That is completely antithetical to how I operate.
Yeah, exactly. Right?
So honestly, I feel like my brain just wouldn't and couldn't fully grasp it, and that's how I escaped it. I made my sanity check. You did.
You did. I did not. I literally had a moment of just, oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see. I mean, the devil figures in the gotcha and Mez's gambling problem may not be needed, but I still love it. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Devil figures and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, and the little like fucking stand thing that holds them all.
Yep. That's right. You should have the setting ready before you start the TTRPG 101, bro. Yeah, that's what I think, at least. But again, if it works for somebody else, then good for them. I just can't fathom it. Like it literally is something that made me go a little mad for a second.
Yeah.
Like I can't like. Legitimately, I am being 100% serious that I felt fucking panic.
Yeah, no, I bet. Like, fucking, you didn't make your sanity roll. I mean, shit happens. It makes sense. Like, being in that situation would be fucking awful.
Yeah, I don't, it's not a bit. That's all I want to say. It's just not a bit that I did.
Yeah, I believe it.
Let's see. I guess there's some times when I just said it was Faerun and just made towns up as I went, but that's just something you might be able to get away with doing, not something I would recommend. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, hell, that's fine.
Yeah, I still haven't gotten all the glass out of my back.
God damn it.
Yeah. The tar never comes out in the washer. Yeah.
Well, it comes out in the washer, but now it's stuck in the washer.
True. But in all seriousness, if you don't want to create a world, I'd have to recommend just using an official setting. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the other thing. That would just make this a whole hell of a lot more easier, more easy.
Easy. Yeah, absolutely. It would fit with his video title. Like,
yeah, that's true. It's like, but if you have trouble getting that's honestly not a bad tip either.
It really isn't. Like, that's the thing.
If you have trouble getting your characters and players invested in your setting, use one that's already pre-established.
Yeah. Like,
you have professional writers who have established that. Yes, they've done the hard work.
Yeah. And like most of them are pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
I started DMing with a module because I didn't have that ability to create a world that I thought was, going to be engaging. And and then what you do with that is you put your own spin on how the module is. And I did. Mm-hmm. That's why Expedition to Castle Ravenloft is my favorite module. Just because, one, it's great. And two, I can work with that, it allows me to, because it is so open world-ish in a module.
Yeah. It is still fairly open. Yeah.
Yeah. It's got it's places all over that you can go to. You don't have to go one to place. Like the beginning section is like, yeah, that's linear. But then once you're after that,
once you're in,
you can
kind of explore.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great.
Yeah.
it's probably why I gravitated towards sandboxes, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah. It was a good experience to start with. So.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay. Another minute and 46. Can you make me panic again, I guess? Fuck.
See if I feel
I
the
get
roll.
that DMs are creators, we're writers, we're storytellers, we want to create the world, we want to create this incredible system,
Yes.
and there's nothing wrong with that. But D&D, much like any other storytelling medium, has its own specific limitations. And if you're going to ignore those, you're going to ultimately set yourself up for the failure because you're only one person. And one person can't design everything, not with the time that we have allotted to us.
What are we talking about now?
Hey, Alejo.
Yeah?
Have you ever heard of a man? This man.
Okay, yeah.
This man. He went by a name. He had a name.
Yeah.
And he did a thing.
Okay.
He created an entire world.
Oh, shit.
A world that still stands the test of time today.
Oh.
And he came up with the entire mythology for this fucking world.
Huh.
I think you see where I'm going with this.
I think that he's impossible, first off.
I think it is impossible. Now, obviously, he's a fucking diamond in the... Like, he's a diamond in the rough.
Yeah.
He's not the standard.
No, he's not the standard.
But it definitely shows that it is possible.
Yes.
And no one is expecting that level of shit for a D&D game.
No. And if you do provide that, like, that's great. Good for you.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Amazing. Well done. But to say that it is not possible is wrong.
I know, just wrong.
Yeah, factually, no, not factually, patently false.
Yes.
This man I'm speaking of, I think you already know his name.
Yes.
J.R.R. Tolkien.
Mm.
He came up with Lord of the Rings and Middle-earth, and he, like, literally thousands of years of history.
Yes.
Around every single area of his world.
Yes.
And the areas that aren't even on the map. Like, you know, off to the west.
Yeah, no,
I forget what that area is actually called.
Oh, you got
It's
me,
where the
man.
elves all came from. You know,
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
the two world trees. It's not. I know it's not Numenor.
Nope, that was to the north.
Yeah.
Fuck.
The Grey Isles or something?
Something like that. It's hurting my brain. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So, it's not impossible for someone to create everything. It actually isn't.
No.
Again, it's fucking J.R.R. Tolkien, so
Yeah.
it's not exactly the best example, because it's like saying, hey, Batman could do it. That means I can do it.
Yeah, that's different. That's absolutely different.
But that's still...
The other part of this now is like I need to hear it again, because there was a point that I needed to
Yeah.
That. But D&D, much like any other storytelling medium, has its own specific limitations. And if you're going to ignore those, you're going to ultimately set yourself up for the failure because you're only one person.
Okay. What? When did any of that have to do with any of this?
Yeah, so now...
like, the limitations of D&D are the framework of the setting, are the framework of the rule set that I am using to create my setting.
Yeah.
So how the fuck are we talking about, like, homebrew? Like, in general, of, like, this is how I made my magic system work this way? Well, if it works that way, and it's still congruent with your world, and it works with the rule set, you are not, like, breaking the limits of D&D.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you listed all the shit before, the political system? The way that I made my ecosystem?
Mm-hmm.
Any of that is going to still be in the confines of the rule set. Are you confused?
I feel like you might be confused.
On what a campaign and a setting and the rule set are?
I think he might be.
I don't know. I feel like he means one thing, but he says another thing, or maybe a third thing. And I'm so confused.
Yeah.
I don't. How are you saying these words without realizing what you're saying is nonsense?
Yeah.
Because literally, how are we breaking the limits of the system of D&D with any of the examples that you have given? Any of them?
I'm tired. I'm hungry.
I am also tired. I have work tomorrow. Fucking, at least I'm going in at 9 a.m. and not 6 a.m. Jesus.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah, but still, I'm not gonna fall asleep until like 4 a.m. now. God damn.
Yeah, no, this one is bad in a really weird way.
I'm just confused on how this came to be.
Yeah.
I think I lost the plot in this video. That's fair because it's hard to follow, and I'm not sure I am.
Yeah.
I knew you were gonna say Tolkien, but I felt like you were going to say Jesus. Fair enough. There was a lot of reference there.
Yeah,
but he deserves it. Tolkien had such a big story brain. Yes,
he did. He had the biggest story brain.
He did that. He fucking rewrote like his own interpretation of Beowulf, I think it was, or something.
I think, yeah.
He's done a lot more than just Lord of the Rings, but Lord of the Rings is the most impressive because of how much work he put into it.
Yeah.
It's like how Boo is doing with his fucking Cthulhu campaign.
Yeah.
Like all of that fucking work.
Yeah.
So
it's a lot of work. Please give me some money so I can afford to eat after the fact.
Yeah. Like, he's not going so far as to like create new eldritch beings, but like, well, I mean, what I mean is like like the original like mythology and stuff.
Yeah,
right?
no.
Like,
I'm not like creating an entire mythos.
You aren't going from zero.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely borrowing a good deal of stuff, and basically just the whole concept of cosmic horror as a fucking whole.
And to be fair, Tolkien did the same with how, like, everything kind of is, like, very much God and angels and stuff, but he did kind of reflavor a lot of things and put his own interpretation on a lot of things, which I assume you're doing with as well.
Yes.
So, you know what? You are the next Tolkien.
I'm the next fucking... I am Tolkien now.
Oh my god. Anyway. Oh god, that was 25 seconds.
That's 25 seconds of just more wrongness.
I don't... Okay.
Yeah.
And one person can't design everything. Not with the time that we have allotted to us. Most of us have jobs and other hobbies and other people to interact with and care about and invest in.
You can make it into your job and all of that, but sure.
Oh, please, God, not that woman.
Even with all of that, you can fucking take the time. You can find the time, okay? Just take the time before. And if the week-to-week session like you seem to be doing, then you don't have the time. You're right.
Yeah. And the thing is, if it's important enough to you, you make the time.
Yes, that's the other thing.
That's all you do. You just say, no, I'm going to do this. Sorry. That's okay.
Just crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy things. If Boo creates a new eldritch being, I might become more afraid of ghosts. Yes, there you go. King Boo, save your son and his chat from this video.
I wish.
Because we have lives.
So putting that much time into a world that you're ultimately not going to have fun with, is that really worth the time that you're going to be putting in?
No, it obviously wouldn't, you fucking maroon!
So then, how about this? Maybe make the world that you want to make.
And just, like...
That was 19 seconds this time.
What if... What if... The way that I'm doing that, the time that I'm putting into all this shit, is how I'm having fun!
Yeah,
I know you already covered your ass saying that's not something that you're saying you're not supposed to do, but my guy, are you listening to yourself? Fuck!
It's really bad. This took
And
like
that's
such a fucking nosedive.
I know.
Something that you really want to consider and determine if it's worth your time. Ultimately, when you create a world, it is for your players. It's for your players to have fun and have a great time. And so you have to make sure that while you're doing that, you're doing it in a way that is going to be satisfying for you, the way that you see your players react to you, and your players. And when you do all of that, you should be able to have the best setting possible that can be invested in. But it really takes a careful eye and a lot of forward-thinking planning. Because without that, it can all go by the wayside.
Yeah, but if I do it week to week, how am I supposed to have the time to do that?
Yeah, how the God, man.
Again, if I misunderstood something about that, then fucking kill me, I guess. I don't know. But, like, man, I don't...
Yeah, no, like, Jesus Christ, man.
Just fucking hell.
Go out into the world, make your own, and make a great world yourself. This video wouldn't be possible without
Just
the
don't
incredible,
involve
beautiful
any
bastards
political
over on our
systems,
Patreon. I'd like to give an
ecosystems,
additional, very
or,
personal
anything
thank
else.
you to the Divine Bastards, Big D the Cool Guy, BKBW,
He calls them divine
Diet Blue,
bastards. I like
Duplica,
that.
Frostios,
Duh.
Festering, Noctua,
What's it?
Ria
What?
Rose,
That's his the tier of these people that he's shouting out
Oh,
is divine
oh,
bastards. I like that.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Rocky, Sorit, Supreme Court, Tidai,
I'll
Void
let you.
Mystic, Volpe Nico,
I'll just
and
let
Zombies
you.
were people too. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without you guys, and you mean the
And hey,
absolute world.
eat your beans.
Eat your beans in the corner. Eat your beans.
What the fuck?
Is his channel about beans? Does he like beans a lot? Is that the thing?
Maybe. I didn't see a can of beans in the video, so
That's
probably
right. He's not Olive Man. Olive Man knows.
not. Yeah, Olive Man is the man.
God, it's been a while since Olive Man.
Yeah, right? Who the fuck was that again?
That was
RPG
the guy who was telling us that Matt Colville was saying stupid shit,
That's right.
and he was
then,
wrong.
Yeah, he was the one that's
He was the one
one
saying the
thing out of the
stupid
video out of context, and then
Yes.
fucking made a
He
video.
just
and
ran with it.
God,
I love it.
yeah.
World to us. Keep being beautiful, keep being amazing, and as always, make the world your own.
Should have said eat your
But
beans.
don't make it, the way.
But
I
don't
say
put
you
all
should
that
make it.
thought into it, okay? Because it might be
Yeah.
bad. Hi, that's a video. Definitely a video that I would never want to show anyone.
Yeah. Dear God, man.
Thank you for suffering with that with us.
Yike.
Oh my god.
That was really bad. Or like it started out kind of. Did it start out?
fine.
Yeah, it was kind of okay in the
Like, it
beginning,
was-
but then just.
It was simple and obvious stuff in the beginning. But then it just started, it just immediately was like, what the fuck?
I hate it, but I feel like the image I posted earlier actually really applies to us right now.
The image you posted earlier?
This. So, the foreground character is me and you. The two in the background are the viewers
Oh, that
to the video.
Yeah, let me pull that one up. That's fair. Yes.
Especially you.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Let me pull this up for all of you.
Yeah.
It definitely I definitely feel that. There we go. Fuck
Dude,
me.
I'm gonna get so many screenshots from this fucking show, dude.
That's fair, yeah. Holy shit.
Ugh.
Let's see. I make worlds because I like making worlds. If I use it for a campaign, that's a bonus. Yeah, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Fuck me. It's not because I'm doing it for a player, it's just because I like to world build as well.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Man. All right. Well, you know what? Let's wrap it up. I'm fucking tired and hungry, and I want to see
if you want to take off, if you want to take off now, that's fine. I'm just gonna read the comments and it'll be done, man. It's fine.
Okay.
They're really short anyway, so
Okay.
yeah.
Well then, yeah, I think I'll just go ahead and head
absolutely.
out. So
You're fine.
good videos for talking.
Yes, very much so.
Not good videos for goodness.
Well, the first one was. The first
Oh
one
yeah,
was.
the first one was fine. Yeah,
The second
yeah.
one has left me with a bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah. So have
There he goes. Let's see. It's too soon to give the video an F. Well, is it too soon? No, it's an F. You're right. I feel like there's an event horizon where you can go ahead and give the video an F because it's not going to recover. Oh, yeah. The blood god is satisfied today. Yes. 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 Great show, guys. Thank you. Okay, let me get comments going, and then I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. It's gonna take me not too long, so here we go. First off, we have from First Last on last week's episode saying, as far as I remember in Morrowind and Oblivion, you can debuff yourself with weakness to healing magic, multiplying your heal. And such with everything. But yeah, multiple casts then. Also in Skyrim, there's a similar effect with poisons, by the way, cause some potions to determine, because some potions are determined as magic and mechanics. Yes, you're right about all of that. That is true. So, the Elder Scrolls has like a very similar way of doing a bunch of magic to make it more powerful. But that one that we saw was unique in its approach, at least. Then we have from Timothy Martin saying, "Hello, bro. Wow, hey, this works out because I'm the only one reading. Doing a short but sweet one today. Magic is fun, and if magic from the book does not work for you, homebrew is your best friend. Have a nice day." Yes. Thank you. And also, yeah. Homebrewing magic is something that you have to make sure that you're not taking away from another spell or making something that's too overpowered for its level, but you have a good guideline to work from with all the spells that are in whatever system you're using, really. So yeah, you can homebrew it the fuck up. You're right. And then Lux, unless this is incorrect being the last comment, but it's not. Lux says, magic's on the last episode. Magic's pretty fun, and I like it. But I almost forgot to write a comment for this week. So here you go. End of the world narrowly avoided. Thank you, Lux. Appreciate you not letting the world end. Yeah. That's it. That's a short one, by the way, Lux. That's crazy to me. But to be fair, you were you had little time, I suppose. So, good job. But yeah, thank you for all the comments. And again, thank you all for hanging out and watching. Appreciate it immensely. And of course, a thank you again to Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Rick, aka Unit Rico, Slazer, Steely, Drake Cross, Chris, Frozen Spaghetti, Star Baron Lux, and our Tier 1 contributor. Big thank you to all of you, of course. And again, a big thank you to all of you in the chat, as well as those of you who are watching in the future. Really appreciate you. You can do whatever you want to support us. Anything is fine, even if it's nothing at all. So appreciate you all. And yeah, I'm gonna go and get something to eat and then go and lie down. I'm literally like, my eyes want to close now. That video took it the fuck out of me at the end by causing me to literally panic. So again, thank you all for watching. And we'll see you next week. Goodbye. Go on. Get out of here before I do. I have, like, less than a minute, probably, because the calls only last 5 minutes when you're in one on your own on Discord. Good night. Good morning. Good evening. Wait, what's the Truman Show thing? Anyway, that one. You know the one if you know. It's actually a pretty good, like, thing. Anyway. Goodbye.